It's not very much Deputy Mayor.
It's 12 o'clock, so I'm going to call the meeting to order and welcome everybody to our meeting, last meeting for 2022. Just advise everyone that we are streaming live to the community, so if you can keep that in mind in terms of keeping your phones switched off or silent, but switched off would be great, and just for the purposes of those who may not recognise you, I'll call your name before you speak so everyone knows who's speaking around the table if they're watching at home. Everyone is present and everyone is here, so there's no apologies, there's no leave of absence. I'd like to start with the acknowledgement to country, which is that in recognition of the history and culture of the city, of the area on which the city of Hobart was built, Nipaluna, Hobart. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land, who were the Muwanina people who lived here for thousands of generations. I want to acknowledge that the Muwanina didn't survive colonisation, but the Palawa people, a contemporary Palawa community, are the custodians of Lutruwita, Tasmania today, and the community is thriving and certainly promoting culture and rights and making a very significant contribution to our city and to the state of Tasmania. So the minutes of our 21st of November meeting are before you. Would someone like to move those?
So moved, Lord Mayor.
Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Elliott?
No, I wanted a question, if that's okay.
Seconded by Alderman Briscoe. Alderman Barakis, I'm sorry. Councillor Elliott, you wanted to move something about the minutes?
Yes, I have a question in relation, I'm not sure who could be, to the CEO, in relation to the e-scooter item, which was deferred. Item 12, it says that the matter be deferred. I wanted to understand that now that we don't have committees, is it correct to assume that that matter will be deferred to workshop and then come back to council? Is that correct?
Sorry, CEO, yes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and through to you, Councillor Elliott. That's correct. So it will come to a council workshop for discussion, and then through for council informing and decision making at an upcoming council meeting.
Thank you. And one other question is that under item 16, around the governance framework, this is probably a fault of mine, but I just wanted to understand that that's definitely correct then under item 7, where it talks about the governance framework, yourself, the CEO, having delegated authority to update it, because my intention was that it will come back to council for approval endorsement rather than just noting.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and just confirming it has been provided to council by way of noting tonight for completeness. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question too, actually. That's under the section 20 procedural motions. Was it deferred under section B, correct? 20B, which says that the matter be deferred, or was it 20C?
Sorry, we're just checking that, yep. Lord Mayor.
The
e-scooters.
We had a reason for it.
There was a reason. I recall because Councillor Dutta actually moved that it be deferred under section 20B, and I actually asked the question in regards to that.
We might take it on notice.
Well, I can't vote on the minutes until I know.
Oh well, you have to.
Can we defer the minutes?
No, let's just. You might just have to not vote for them if you're not happy with them.
Well, surely we need to know what the minutes were, whether we moved it under 20B or 20C.
So through you, Lord Mayor, according to the minutes, which Paul Jackson has next to him, it's saying it was deferred.
Okay, so that means it must have been under 20B. So if it's deferred from a council meeting, it means it should have been coming back to this council meeting, because you can't defer it to a workshop. That's all I've got to say.
Through you, if I might correct that, that's actually not correct. You can actually defer it to a council meeting. It doesn't mean it's the very next council meeting. We are going to discuss it at a workshop, but it also comes to council for consideration. So it does in fact do that.
Okay, so I'll put the minutes. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried. Show of hands. All those in favour.
Alderman Barakis, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy Lord Mayor and the Lord Mayor,
And against?
Alderman Zuko and Councillor Elliott. It's carried, Lord Mayor, 10 votes to 2.
Okay, item 3 is transfer of agenda items.
Yes, Lord Mayor, I rise to...
Lord Mayor's
Yeah,
first.
I ask that item 14, which is the UTAS elector poll and next steps, be heard before, after item 11, so that it's before the UTAS community consultation notice of motion.
Second.
Okay, let's just be so I'm clear about... So, sorry, can you say the numbers you were...
So it, basically item 14 becomes item 12, so that it's heard before the UTAS community
so after
consultation
item
notice
11.
of motion.
Okay. So that's been seconded by... sorry.
Harvey.
Councillor Harvey. My brain's not working well tonight. Councillor Lohberger, you want to
Given
speak
that we
to
have a crowd here who are here to see the UTAS motion, I was just asking if we could bring forward 12 and potentially 14 as well to the start.
Okay, so are you happy to factor that in, Deputy, into your motion?
Yeah, so let's move it for both of those to item 10 and 11. So 14 and 12 now become 10 and 11.
10 and 11. Okay, is everyone clear?
Does that
on
make sense?
14 first.
Yeah, 14 first.
11, 12 becomes 11.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, if everyone's clear on that, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. I don't have communications tonight. Item 5 is the notification of council workshops, and we did have a workshop on the 5th of December, and it covered 2 items, which was the UTAS elector poll and the communication engagement framework, and the attendance is listed there in the agenda, and there's a little bit of a summary of what happened and what was discussed at the workshop, also in the agenda. So would someone like to move? Do we note that, or just say it's in the agenda? Okay, so that's the agenda. So public question time is item 6. I don't know whether we've got any on notice. No. We have none on notice, and if there's any from the floor, there being none, we will move on now to petitions, which is item 7. Are there any petitions that have been submitted? There haven't any. So we'll move on now to supplementary items, and I don't think there are any. Item 9 is indications of pecuniary and conflicts of interest. Were there any items?
Item 10 and 11 now. 10 and 11 now.
Councillor Sherlock, item 10 and 11. Any others?
Yeah, 10 and 11 for me as well, just as a personal relationship with an ex-senior staff member of UTAS.
And any others in the open agenda? There being none. Okay, so we will now move on to item 10, and I'll ask Councillor Sherlock and Passelt. Did you want to leave or
No, I'm staying.
generally, if you declare an interest, you go. Is the general advice?
Can I retract the declaration? I don't believe it impairs my judgment. It's just so the public are aware, fully aware of transparency.
Note that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Each individual person to decide what they want to do.
Okay. So we will move on now to the item 14, which is now item 10. It is an officer report. There is a recommendation from the officers, if anyone would like to move the recommendation before we get going.
Oh,
Deputy Lord Mayor.
I'll move the item and reserve my right to speak.
Seconded by Councillor Dutta. So would anyone like to speak on the recommendation?
I just, Lord Mayor, can we hear from the CEO in relation to this, please?
Sure.
In relation to this report?
CEO report here.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As outlined in the report, its both purpose is to note the outcomes of the elector poll, and with that in mind, look toward next steps in terms of council moving forward in regards to decision making. So the recommendation there, of course, is that the elector poll be received and noted. The report also talks about the development of a structure plan which would actually set the future vision for the entire Sandy Bay area, including parts of Mount Nelson, to obviously be determined through a detailed mapping exercise to determine the scope of the study area, but that council resolved to prepare a structure plan that would be expedited, so brought forward in our work program for the new year. That would involve extensive community engagement and obviously regular reporting through to the council in its preparation and development. So that's essentially what's recommended here, Lord Mayor. And there's also on page 25 a sort of a bit of an outline of how the plans relate and how that sort of hangs together as far as it relates to future land use planning for the Greater Hobart area and also Hobart specifically. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Further discussion.
I've had a question for the CEO too, through you, Chair. Am I to understand this structure plan will give the residents of Sandy Bay and Mount Nelson the chance to feed in to the future use of their suburbs or the future of their suburbs?
CEO.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Through you to Councillor Loberg, that's correct. This is really very much what you'd see as a process that we're rolling out across the city of Hobart. It's certainly common practice in mainland councils to really look at developing a sort of shared vision that's really owned by community but also provides the future land use for a particular suburb and activity centres within that suburb. It is considered best practice as it relates to land use planning, and it does fit that gap that we've had here at the City of Hobart where we haven't necessarily done that strategic land use planning. So this is what we're intending to roll out across the whole of the city. What we're recommending to council here is that that be expedited as it relates to Sandy Bay, obviously given what's happened with the UTAS proposal and also the recent elector poll. It gives council an opportunity to really have a solid structure plan that's informed by community sentiment, that's owned from a community vision perspective.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions as well. With regards to this structure plan, the issue that has been quite forceful in the minds of the community is that element of consultation. So will this structure plan take into account consultation with the community in the way it is embedded in the Act? That's question one.
CEO.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and through to you, Councillor Dutta. On page 26 of the report there, you'll see that we've referred to the future Hobart plan and also structure plan, so as it would relate to the Sandy Bay structure plan, will be informed by extensive community engagement, and we'll be using the IAP2 standard to underpin any future development around community engagement that occurs as part of a structure planning process. So that's what we would consider a minimum standard, and there would be extensive engagement as part of the development of a structure plan, both in the formative stages, then midway through around a sort of an early scene setting sort of discussion paper, and then of course as part of a draft structure plan as well. Thank you.
And the second question I have through you, Chair, what sort of a time frame are we looking at that this will be completed?
Through you, Lord Mayor, and typically based on our experience elsewhere, the shortest time frame for a full structure plan is usually about 12 months. They are really extensive in terms of the way that they're conceived of. They are really co-designed with community and other key stakeholders. They also involve technical reports and other engagement as it relates to specific land use matters. So they do take some time, and that also takes into account the sort of engagement from a community perspective that we'd have as a standard in regards to this. What we also need to be mindful of, Lord Mayor, is that these then inform any sort of future plans that occur in relation to planning scheme amendments and also local area provisions. So it does actually affect, over time, future land use. And that's why this exercise is critically important, because it's about putting the community at the centre of future land use and broader social and economic planning, cultural planning for a whole suburb.
Councillor Bloomfield. Sorry, Alderman Bloomfield, I'm sorry.
Through you, Lord Mayor. It's an odd question, I suppose, but when we were through the workshop, I was interested to note that we have to consider as part of the structural plan what already exists and not what might not be and what could be. It's actually simply to consider what currently exists or is in situ. Is that correct?
Thank you. And through you, Lord Mayor, Councillor Bloomfield, it considers all of those things. So it considers what's there currently across the whole suburb, the catchment, the activity centres within that suburb, but it also looks at future vision and aspiration for a suburb as well, as it relates to opportunity from a community identification perspective, as well as key landowners, you know, across all of our sort of suburbs within Hobart itself. So that's the intention of structure planning, is that it puts the community really at the centre of that land use vision.
Further discussion, Councillor Lowe.
One more, sorry, I didn't ask this earlier. Just through you, Lord Mayor, to the CEO again. Just part 3 of the recommendation just talks about geographical areas to be included, brackets i.e. Mount Nelson. Given that Mount Nelson's a far smaller suburb than Sandy Bay, and given that both suburbs have significant frontages onto the university campus, which is a fairly central sort of topic of tonight, do we have a guarantee that Mount Nelson will actually be included in this process?
CEO.
Thank you again, Lord Mayor. And look, that's why it's included in the recommendation. I think it's acknowledging that fact. And what will occur sort of usually in structure planning is that the first stage is really that mapping exercise to understand the sort of structure plan area. So given that interface and that proximity, it would be likely to be included. And that's why it's sort of said here that we would present a further report that actually details that. So I can say with some certainty ahead of presenting that to Council in a mapping form that it would include parts, if not all.
Thank you.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, I'd just like to, a couple of questions, Chair. When is it intended for this structural planning to commence?
CEO.
Thank you, and through to you, Alderman Zuko. Our intention would be to expedite this as per the recommendation. So depending on Council's decision tonight, we would start working on a project brief as early as tomorrow with the view to actually have that early scoping work done in terms of understanding the geographical area and scope of the structure plan back to Council early in the new year, with the view to being out around sort of April, May, or wherever is appropriate from an avoidance of school holiday perspective for any sort of engagement. But that communications and engagement timeframe will come back to Council early in the new year, but we would actually start it. And you'd be aware, Lord Mayor, Alderman Zuko, that we're also about to commence the North Hobart structure plan as well.
I thought that was a precinct plan.
Through you, Lord Mayor, it's actually a structure plan.
A structure plan,
yeah.
yes. Okay, I thought it was a precinct plan. The other question I think I can't find anywhere in the report in regards to the actual financial implications on the structural plan, because most of our reports previously in anything we did, and whether we're going to go down consultation, whether we're going to go down a structural plan or like that, we we are advised on the actual costs. There's no cost associated with it. Do we have any financial implications as per the costs of the structural plan, as in previous reports on matters when we're deciding?
So through you, Lord Mayor, and I do understand that, and we'd certainly be coming back to you with a detailed report, both on the scope of the structure plan, but also on the proposed financial commitment associated with it. Certainly in the early part of the work, we would have existing budget in this financial year that we'd rely upon to get that work underway. But we're certainly in the early part of the new year, we'd be presenting Council with a report that detailed all of the anticipated costs associated with the structure plan preparation.
Based on that, my last question, Lord Mayor, in regards to the budget, this is budgeted in this year's budget?
Theo.
So through you, Lord Mayor, given that this project, we had a range of projects planned for in this year, this financial year, as it relates to strategic planning, what we're recommending here is that we expedite the Sandy Bay structure plan, which means that we'll hold over some of the other proposed structure plans if council's of a mind to approve this tonight. We'll come back to you with a more detailed report that talks about, as I said, the scope of the structure plan, but also the financials and whether or not we also have funding partners, because as you'd appreciate, there may be other funding sources and other levels of government that might contribute to a study of this significance, as has been the case with the Central Hobart plan, for instance.
Thank you very much. Lord Mayor, I might as well start the ball rolling, unless people have got some more questions. Lord Mayor, I'm not going to support this. Firstly, it's not budgeted. It's not in our current budget. I understand that what we're doing here is something that was planned is being kicked away to give this priority because of what's just happened. Also, I believe this is not about the UTAS elector poll and the next steps. This is about kicking the UTAS decision, again, kicking the can down the road. It's quite surprising that we've gone down the track. We've got an elector poll that's just happened, and our first step to counteract the elector poll is let's develop a structure plan for Sandy Bay. I think that's quite amazing. I thought Sandy Bay was quite a developed area. Now, I understand how structural plans work, but you would assume that 100% of the people that have already owned land in Sandy Bay or own property or own businesses and all that have bought on the pretense of what their property is, can be done and cannot be done. But if we decide to go down the track of changing the demographics of a suburb because all of a sudden we've got an issue with a university campus in which we want to deal with, I think we're actually putting I think people know what I'm saying. I lost my track there for a second. Look, I'm sorry. I cannot support this. This is kicking the can down the road. We had an elector poll, and it states here, Memorandum Council, UTAS elector poll and next steps, and we're deciding to go down a structural plan. We're deciding to look at Sandy Bay as a whole and Mount Nelson as a whole to deal with the Mount Nelson campus. It really does not gel. I'm sorry. And I look at things in my time of being on council when we're told, oh, look, in 12 months' time we'll get that report and it'll be back in 12 months' time. In 12 months' time, sometimes, oh, look, we're running behind, it'll be another 6 months. By that time, in 18 months or 12 months or 18 months or whatever have you, how many applications would this council have received from the university to relocate further DAs to the city in that time that the structure plan is being kicked down the road? I understand very clearly that in going down the track of planning, and I'm using my planning authority, I have to deal with those planning matters over here. But the longer we delay any action on a massive elector poll of 74%, the more opportunities there are for things to change at that campus. Now, for each and every candidate that stood at this election and said, let's save UTAS, that supports going that track of a structural plan, is going against the very aspect of what's at the Memorandum of Council, UTAS, elect the poll and next steps. The next steps, to me, should be, and hopefully it might come up in the notice of motion, but I'm going to flag it right now, the next fundamental important steps should be not a structure plan, not kicking it down the road, not giving more opportunity for UTAS in the next 12 months, 18 months to keep on putting planning applications forward. The first and most important fundamental step we should take is this council should facilitate a meeting with an independent facilitator with Save UTAS, the state government, UTAS, the Hobart City Council, and let's throw in the staff and the university students as well. Let's get them in around a table. We talk about going and having workshops so we can discuss, but not once have we been able to get proper consultation on the whole UTAS. So let's get them in a table. I'd love to move that as the first step we take, not this structure plan, which I will not support. And those people that supported UTAS, Save UTAS, should give consideration on what this proposal is without any financial aspects, because it could come back later, but I can't see the financial costs here at all whatsoever, and you're going to probably support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord. Just a couple of questions to start off with. So, obviously, a structure plan for you. Obviously, a structure plan would have to be incorporated into the planning scheme. Is there any will there be any difficulties doing that while we're still going through the process of getting this new statewide planning scheme underway?
CEO, are you happy to advise?
Through you, Lord Mayor, not to my knowledge, it just simply updates. A structure plan would update the local area planning provisions because they're current at a point in time. And as I said, this is good planning policy and really should have happened probably 10 years ago to guide this sort of development moving forward of any area.
Okay, so that's the first question. The second question is, because this did get hashed out to a certain extent when we workshopped this, but if this is going to take 12 months, potentially longer, to be implemented, I suppose my concern is what's stopping the university from putting in DAs in the meantime, because whilst we may have endorsed the position that we want to go down the path of a structure plan, if any organisation or any applicant puts in a valid development application and that development application is compliant with the planning scheme rules of the day, we're in a position where we're bound to assess it as such, regardless of whether there's a structure plan on its way or any other body of work on its way. If an application comes up, we'll be locked into assessing it as it sits on the day. So my worry is, my question, I suppose, is what's stopping the university from going, oh well, there's this structure plan on the way, let's get some DAs in now while we can.
Do you mean in Sandy Bay, in the Sandy
Bay
area? CEO, did you want to talk about that?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I will sort of call out to Neil if I get this wrong, so please correct me, Neil, if I am wrong. But my understanding is that with or without a structure plan process underway, that can't really occur because the planning scheme amendment process that was started has been withdrawn. So anything that's allowable, of course, any landowner could apply a DA for in any location. However, in planning terms, what a structure plan does is it actually, if we're underway with a structure plan, it provides council with the ability to say, well, why would we consider a PSA at this point in time when we've got a structure plan exercise underway? So in other jurisdictions, it's referred referred to as a seriously entertained document. In other words, you're starting a big body of strategic work. There should therefore be an order of things. So from an officer perspective, I think this gives opportunity to do the right planning at the right time rather than just reacting to planning scheme amendments and other things that come out of left field that aren't properly anchored or considered as part of a broad community planned, informed process around future of land use.
Thank you for that. So just to follow on from that though, look, I'm just using the mirror image or the parallel with the short stay debate where we've had, you know, the councils endorsed a plan to change planning scheme rules to limit short stay permits in certain areas. But in the meantime, until that's gone through the process, gone through the commission and all those steps, you know, it's been an issue here where we've been getting swamped with short stay applications, as has been well discussed. I suppose under Tasmanian planning law, do we have the concept of the seriously entertained document? Because all I've seen is this whole, you know, we might have planning scheme according to the day, but if an application...
Can you just keep it at questions, please? I think we've got the gist of the question.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Unless this is part of your talk.
No, it's part of, it was part of my question, just sort of,
Yeah, I think we've got the question.
Awesome.
Is this concept in Tasmanian planning law? Mr. Noy.
Yeah, I assume this question's for me. Look, no, it isn't, but I think that clearly if the council were embarking on a suburb-wide structure plan, that it would make sense and that that process plays out before dealing with any specific scheme amendment related to a specific site. A case may well be made to defer any determination on such an amendment to allow that process to play out, but that would be a matter for council to consider based on legal advice.
Councillor Harvey.
A couple of questions, thanks, Chair. So the part of this process is a extensive community engagement process. So I assume that would also include the Save UTAS folk. It would also include UTAS. It would include state government if they were so inclined, and anyone who's interested in the shopkeepers, the sporting clubs, all the vested interest, all the interests in Sandy Bay would be able to participate in this.
CEO.
That's correct, Lord Mayor.
And second question, so what would be the alternative if we don't want to go down the path of engaging with the entire community through this structure plan? What would be the alternative if this was to fail tonight?
Oh, I just wasn't sure whether that's a bit of a bringing the CEO a bit into the debate.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they've recommended.
All right, yeah. All right. I'm just concerned that if this doesn't get... I'll make my contribution. I see this as an extremely important element with regard to good planning in Hobart. I think there's been a lot of piecemeal planning over time, and had we have got ahead of the curve here, we might have had this done a number of years ago before there was, the push by UTAS to develop their campus. So we've come at this a bit late. But I think now's the time to do it because there's a lot of water to go under the bridge before we get outcomes in Sandy Bay, or no outcomes in Sandy Bay as it is. So I'm happy to think that the structure plan enables council to provide greater certainty to the local community and investors about its expectations for the future, the development of its suburbs and centres. Manage change to ensure suburbs and activity centres are attractive, vibrant areas to live, work and shop. That makes sense to me. Provide and advocate from other levels of government for the provision of appropriate levels of infrastructure and services to meet the needs of future community, ensure economic, cultural, social vitality of the area, and make the best use of council resources and focus council investments to best serve the community. So I'm supportive of what we're trying to do tonight with this infrastructure plan. It makes absolute sense to be thinking into the future about what all of our suburbs will look like in the future, about what the community want to see happen, what all the other stakeholders want to see happen in their communities, and I'll be supporting this tonight, and I think we all should. I don't think this is kicking the can down the road. I think this is being quite proactive, and the costs, as has been explained, is covered because we're just shuffling things around within the budget, as I assume we do all year long with every budget, that we move things around to meet the requirements of the moment, the urgency of different proposals that we need to get done. So I have no problem whatsoever with this item here tonight.
Further discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Harvey from the perspective of it would have been great to see this done several years ago. And it is a shame, I think, that we're in the situation where we are tonight because of the lack of that planning then, partly. I also see the benefits of a structure plan from the perspective of shaping our future suburbs and would like to see more of that strategic planning happening. What troubles me is that this is attached to the response to an elector poll, and it seems to be quite a simplistic response to a very complex problem. The structure plan itself doesn't actually respond to the elector poll issue, in my opinion. I can see how there would be some positive contributions from it, and it is at least an aspect or a mechanism for the community to have its say. But again, the scope is limited. It simplifies the UTAS relocation issue down to being around Sandy Bay only, when that's not the case at all. The issue on the UTAS relocation is much broader. It also involves the CBD, and I'm concerned that we've had timing with the precincts plan that's around the CBD, which has already progressed. So while it's a positive contribution, I don't think it should be the be-all and end-all of our response to the elector poll result. I am concerned that it would act as a distraction to actually resolving the issue that's before us, which in my personal opinion, I think that council's had a large part in creating the mess that we're in with UTAS. And I think that we have an obligation to unpack that mess as efficiently as possible. And I am worried that this would be a distraction, and the timelines concern me. Like Alderman Varakis, I'm concerned that there would trigger an influx of applications, knowing that potential changes are underway which would rule out future aspirations that UTAS might have. So if this was the only recommendations before us on UTAS response to the electoral poll, I would be really concerned. The only thing that's I'm thankful about is that we have another agenda item coming up. So thank you.
Alderman Bloomfield.
Structural plan gives certainty to the community. And at what price do we finally get certainty? Frankly, I feel that until now, the Hobart City Council has failed to ask the community, and now we have an opportunity to say, what is it that we want? What is it that we want this place to look like, and how is it going to structurally work? In particular, I think we've all forgotten that when it comes to things like UTAS, yes, we've had an electoral poll. We all know the electoral poll, unfortunately, doesn't have any gravitas other than we now know the community doesn't want the UTAS to move. But this does actually impact upon planning, and ultimately the only rights we have to impact upon the UTAS move is with planning. So if the planning needs to be evaluated, if we need to be looking at a structural plan, which is effectively this, then I say that this is probably worth the investment, and it finally gives our community certainty.
Further discussion? Councillor Lohberger.
Yes, look, I'd just like to say that I'm quite satisfied with the financial situation as explained by the CEO. I think it's not an unusual thing that budgetary items are moved around, as long as we're not spending a considerable amount of money that's not budgeted. I'm quite happy with that. I'd also like to say that Sandy Bay, I did a lot of door knocking around Sandy Bay and Mount Nelson recently. The residents in those areas are crying out for a say on the future of their suburbs. They're absolutely crying out for something like this, and the council is responding. Although I will say that Councillor Elliott is correct, the CBD being excluded is a bit of a worry because that is an area that is also deeply affected by this move. Look, I do have to say 3 years ago was probably the best time to get this planning done, but now is the next best time. So I'm quite satisfied with this particular item and I'll be voting for it.
Further discussion? Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just have a question to ask before I speak, through you to the CEO. With regards to the budget allocation, is it within your power and discretion to move things around, or is it the council's remit?
CEO.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And my understanding is that there are certain elements that are delegated to myself as the CEO. However, it's appropriate to report those changes around budget matters to Council, and that will in fact occur through quarterly reports into the Chamber. And certainly I'll be reporting to Council on this once we've got a detailed scope, detailed study area mapped early in the new year with a key set of budget requirements for the undertaking and implementation of such a plan, taking into account, as I mentioned earlier, other income sources as well.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. I just want to respond to a few things. Firstly, I quite understand the cry, the agony, and the concerns of the community, especially in Sandy Bay and beyond. With that in mind, the council heard the petition, and we then did what we were supposed to do, is to call for an elector poll. The results have come out quite convincingly. It's overwhelmingly close to 75% of people who have said no. As a member of the community, I am obligated under Section 20 and 28 under the Act to represent their views and to promote what they want me to as an elected member. Therefore, my question as an elected member is this: what is the best way for me to represent and promote those concerns? We had a workshop where we had quite a lengthy discussion and questions and debate. And my question was, what is the best option for us as a council? The professional advice that was given to me, and I take professional advice in this matter, taking everything into consideration, all the facts and evidence and the concerns of the community, the staff, the officers have recommended to me that this is the best way to go. Now, if I was to play politics, I would say, no way I'm going to accept this. But for me, it is not to play the politics, because if I do, then I'm not taking into consideration the professional advice given to me. And with the workshop and the professional advice, I'm quite happy to accept this, because when I asked the question, what is the next step? What are we going to do? And this is the best step in my view, which will then open it up, help us to consult with the community, get all the information, and this has been now taken as a priority. And the other comment that I have noted here as well is that I quite strongly support the view that we have a number of other motions that will take into account some of the concerns we have expressed. With regards to us writing to the university, they're very strong motions, and they are there. And we only, as we know, are able to urge, to call upon the university to do certain things. Our hands are tied, and I want to recommend both Louise Elliott and the amendments made by Councillor Ben with regards to this, that we will listen to their motions, their points, and we will support that. So for me, it is both supporting this structure plan that will take into account the consultation of the community in a professional way. That's the professional advice that I've adopted and taken. And secondly, I am going to listen to and hopefully support the motion presented by the councillors with regards to other points that we want the university to act upon. Thank you very much.
Further discussion? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. And firstly, I'd like to congratulate those people who were behind the elector poll. The result was a very strong vote in relation to the percentage of vote that people actually did take this vote, and also that it was quite a strong result on behalf of the Save UTAS question that was posed. So, and I think what this motion does is provides a response in relation to a question which was put and the council was acting. So what we have is a response to quite a fairly open, a fairly binary question, and this is a response which means that the council will act to promote a much more, in some ways, a much more rigorous engagement and community engagement through an endorsed IAP to public participation in format. So what we have here is a response from council to undertake a structure plan for this particular area. And through you to Mr. Noy, have we had any sort of planning at this kind of level for Sandy Bay previously, Mr. Noy?
Look, certainly not in recent years. We've had some work done in relation to our skyline areas between Sandy Bay and Mount Nelson, and we had also had a look at our activity areas as well, but not extensively.
Not as a holistic approach.
No.
Look, I think the council is at this point of maturity of looking at things more holistically. We have portfolios which we'll be discussing with the terms of reference for each of the portfolios that we have, and I'm very excited about Future Hobart, which looks, and I might just quote from the proposed terms of reference. It says here, we're looking at creating more livable, better designed and planned and well-connected neighbourhoods through mixed land use, different housing types and greater access to quality public transport, establishing directions, policies and programs that improve livability, ways to manage growth and ensure that development is sustainable and considers climate change impacts and so forth. And to me, this is the first cab off the rank, so to speak. This is an instant response to an outpouring of public concern in relation to Sandy Bay. And of course that takes in Mount Nelson as well as part of this proposal. So we have before us something that is comprehensive and a really important process to go forth. I brought this motion before us, brought it to the beginning of the agenda because I think it was important to have an informed discussion. We've had questions answered, many questions answered by the CEO, and to me, for us to be making decisions, we need to be informed about upon which we're making decisions. So I wholeheartedly endorse this. I want to see this this kind of overall planning for suburbs such as Sandy Bay to be considered, and it's not just the Sandy Bay residents who have a say. It's anybody who can have a say. Anybody who reads this on the internet could actually have a say in relation to this. So I think that's an important component of this participation by the community in order to get the best for our city. And we're thinking about not just Sandy Bay in a
30
sense.
seconds.
It's thinking how this fits in as part of the jigsaw of the overall city and how Hobart might thrive into the future. So I wholeheartedly endorse this.
Councillor Kelly.
Through you, Lord Mayor, to CEO or the Director of Planning. Had this UTAS move not been an issue, in other words, it's been just a stem and everyone had been relatively happy, would a structure plan, was this process in the pipeline, or would this have happened without the UTAS issue raising its head?
Thank you.
Lord Mayor, look, it would have, and that's clear in the report. What we're suggesting here as officers is that we're actually expediting this as a program of work that we're already recommending to the council as part of Future Hobart, where we are actually commencing a series of structure plans right across the city, including suburbs like Lena Valley. I mentioned North Hobart earlier, which is a discussion that council had in the last term. That work is about to commence. So the idea is that we have a consistent approach to planning right across the city, suburb by suburb, so that we can look at the distinctive and unique characteristics of neighbourhoods, the way they connect, the activity centres, the role and function of those, but most importantly, what people value about their communities within those suburbs. And it does set up the broader strategic planning framework that then out of which comes the neighbourhood guidelines and so on around how day-to-day sort of DAs would be considered. So it's an extensive structure planning exercise that would have been done at a point in time, but we have expedited it, Lord Mayor, in response to some of those issues identified in Sandy Bay.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, CEO. Look, I think we should learn a really big lesson from this. We've been caught napping with precinct plans and structure plans. I've seen in North Hobart a number of plans over the years which just seems report after report, and here we are caught napping. And look, I will support it reluctantly. I see it as part of a process of the community engagement. It's not the best way about going to it, but I do take professional advice as well. So I just hope that this sets a precedent for us to be planning being one of the most important things for this council to always be considered, that this sort of thing doesn't happen again, and it's taken the UTAS move to shake us into gear. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So this is obviously an issue that's very important to the community in terms of the future of the city, the future of Sandy Bay and the future of our university. And they're all interlinked, but they're also in some ways very separate. And throughout the campaign, which is we've only just really closed, I tried to make the point that we as a council don't really have the power to stop the move as a whole. And this is because when we are acting as the planning authority, we are not acting as community advocates, and we need to assess each development application against the planning scheme. And if it's compliant, it's compliant. It's as simple as that. We don't have the power to say no to Bunnings or no to Spotlight or no to Anaconda or any other large firm if their DAs are compliant with the planning scheme. And the university is no different. So the one place where we do have quite a lot of power is the future of the Sandy Bay campus should the university decide to complete their move. Now that's a matter for the university if they want to complete their move or if they don't, and if they want to change planning in Sandy Bay after the fact, then that's something that has to come to us. Now, planning in advance for the future of Sandy Bay is a key body of work regardless of what the university decide to do. Their campus has changed. They've lost 40% of their Sandy Bay campus into the city. And so the land usage around the university, the traffic and so on, are all actually quite changing, agile areas. And so undertaking a structure plan is actually excellent planning regardless of what the university does. If they decide to stay there, then fantastic. We'll encompass that into our structure plan for Sandy Bay. And I would note, just as Councillor Harvey did, that structure planning enables council to provide greater certainty to the local community and investors about its expectations for the future form of development in its suburbs and centres. It manages change to ensure suburbs and activity centres are attractive, vibrant areas to live, work and shop. and it provides and advocates from other levels of government for the provision of appropriate levels of infrastructure and services to meet the future needs of the community. It ensures economic and cultural and social vitality of the area, and it makes the best use of council resources and focus council investment to best serve the community. And we've heard from the CEO tonight about quite extensive community consultation that will be undertaken as part of this process with the community, not just in Sandy Bay and not just residents, but also businesses and large stakeholders, but also anyone who uses Sandy Bay. And that will be undertaken using class-leading IAP2 structure and framework. So, to me, the structure plan is excellent planning, and I'm really pleased to hear that, in fact, we're probably going to move to rolling out structure planning for the entirety of the city, for every suburb, which this broad-scale planning is best practice, and that's what we should be doing, listening to the community, letting the community shape the vision for their area, and more broadly for the city. And so this is an excellent motion or excellent recommendation from the executive. Yes, we will note that the elector poll had its result, but we do also need to be clear that we have relatively little say as the whole move. But the area that we can control, we're going to take our time. It's going to take 12 months. Nothing ever in life that's worth doing is quick. It's just not. You know, to undertake really good community consultation and get it done in under 12 months, you won't get good consultation. So it will take time. And as I said in my opening speech when I joined the council, nothing can stay the same, ever. The world is moving around us, and this is a good example where the university is moving around us and transport is changing and population is densifying in Sandy Bay, and we need to plan for that and address that, which we can do through a structure report. So I will be supporting this. And I think that this is a great response to the elector poll and the concerns in particular of Sandy Bay residents. I do hear the people concerned about the city, and I do hear the people that are concerned about the future of tertiary education in this country. I understand their concerns, but I do note the limited scope that council has in both of those areas.
Further discussion? Any further discussion? No. Okay, I might just say a couple of very brief words. Look, I will support the recommendation as well, and we did discuss in the workshop some of the challenges that we have as the planning authority, that we do need to try and set better rules for CBD, which we're doing with our precinct plan, but also for other areas that are going to be under pressure in coming years, and Sandy Bay is one of those. What I heard during the election was that people felt very affronted that they felt that UTAS was running the planning and setting the agenda for places like Sandy Bay and the Sandy Bay suburb in particular. And I guess by doing this, we're flipping that and saying that the strategic direction for the area is something that the council is doing, the newly elected, democratically elected council, and it's doing it with the community, and that those two entities together, the community and the council, are setting the agenda rather than UTAS setting the agenda and coming up with this, grand plan and leading the conversation. So it is about the council and the community leading the conversation for the future direction of the campus, yes, but also the entire suburb. The PSA has been put on hold by UTAS, and if we'd been forced to vote on it without the message of this structure plan, we potentially, we may have found that the Planning Commission said it could all go ahead. I think if the Planning Scheme Amendment continues to stay on hold, and this piece of work is done, it will be a much more influential piece of work for the Planning Commission if and when a PSA does come forward, because it will be a much more current document. It'll be a strategic document that the council has signed off on, and it'll send a very clear message. So for the community that want to put much more strongly into our planning laws that education as a use should stay at the heart the Sandy Bay campus, and this is a really important opportunity to put that much more strongly into strategic planning documents for the city. So it is an important response to the elector poll. It is within the scope of what council can do, which is certainly to ensure that we are doing really good planning driven by community interests and community concerns. I think, you know, there are limits to what we can do, but I think there is a lot of good that can come from this process as well. Thank you. So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no.
Aye.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Councillor Purcell, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy Lord Mayor and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Alderman Barakis and Councillor Elliott. Lord Mayor, 8 votes to 3.
So now we move to item 11, which is the old item 12, which is a motion presented by Councillor Elliott.
To move this motion, but reserve my right to speak, as I understand there's an amendment.
I think we've included it. Have we included that already? Oh, sorry. Has that been included already?
I'm not sure which motion are you promoting.
I sent the amended motion to Mr Jackson earlier today, informing him that Councillor Elliott was happy for it to become the motion.
So, Councillor Elliott, would you like to? What I might suggest is, so you're moving your original motion, and you're reserving your right to speak. So maybe if you sit down now, and Councillor Lohberger is going to put forward some amendments, and then Councillor Elliott, though, if you're happy to accept those in, then we can all speak to your new motion, which will be, yeah.
Yeah, and that way you
okay. Oh, you're seconding that one?
I'll second the first motion.
Okay.
That we amend the motion, and I have distributed this motion already, and including to staff.
So is that going to go up on the screen?
It's pretty long. I don't know if it's going to fit on the screen.
I don't have it, but
I've got printed copies if anyone would like one. Would you like it? Okay.
Is it the same you emailed?
Yes, it is the same that I emailed. Yeah. There's a couple that sent through that way. He's got a copy as well.
By Councillor Lohberger, would you like to speak to those?
I would, yes. I'll start us off. Yep.
And we'll listen. Councillor Elliott, did you want to accept them in now or wait until?
I'll wait if that's okay.
All right, so I just wanted to thank all the aldermen and the councillors who've had input into this amended motion and into the original motion as well that Councillor Elliott put up. It's been quite a few of us who've had direct input, especially the new councillors. This motion is in response to the resounding no vote in the recent elector poll. And I would also note that more than 80% of electors actually cast a vote in that poll. It was an incredible response rate as well as an incredibly overwhelming result. Council is now obliged to represent the community and to promote their interests under Section 20 and Section 28 of the Local Government Act. So on the first couple of points there, it's important for the Council to move on from previous mistakes. We really don't want a repeat of the Council committing to support and facilitate this relocation against the wishes of the community. Nor do we want another UTAS risk register issue in which UTAS openly boasted about receiving favourable advice from the Council, which actually appeared to breach the planning scheme. This really can't happen again, so I'm really happy to support, excuse me, really happy to support Clause 2, which states that we will carry out our duties professionally, fairly and independently. Moving along to Section 3, the City of Hobart's going through a reform phase. Part of that process will be the completion of individual structure plans for Hobart suburbs. Sandy Bay and Mount Nelson will be the first suburbs done, and I'm really hopeful that this process will start shortly and will give Sandy Bay and Mount Nelson residents the chance to have input on the future direction of the suburbs in which they live. With regards to point 4, the so-called shake-up, we're following up here on work done by the previous council. which requested that UTAS carry out a proper consultation and engagement process modelled on the Council's community engagement framework. The previous Council very clearly informed Vice-Chancellor Professor Black by letter in September of this year that the shake-up process did not fulfil that request for proper engagement and consultation. Given that recent letter, sent only 3 months ago, I've been very disappointed to hear Professor Black claiming in the media that the shake-up process is in fact what the Council asked UTAS to do. It is not what UTAS were asked to do by this or by the previous Council, and it seems that we must again remind the Vice-Chancellor of the letter that was sent to him. In regards to sending a letter to the Vice-Chancellor and the University, I do support the Lord Mayor in writing that letter to convey the wishes of this Council on behalf of our community. I'd particularly note that this letter again calls on UTAS to carry out a proper community consultation and engagement, and it also calls on UTAS to widen that consultation to all of Greater Hobart, not just Sandy Bay and the CBD, which were the only suburbs where UTAS held on-the-ground consultation activities. This proposal will affect the entire Greater Hobart region, but most of Greater Hobart were effectively excluded by UTAS and the choices they made about where to consult. It's time that the whole city and the outskirts were given the chance to have their say on this process. I also note in that letter the recommendation that UTAS enter into independent mediation, which was noted by Alderman Zuko earlier. And in that independent mediation, there should be staff, students, the state government and the community as represented by the Save UTAS group. A large part of the problem with this relocation proposal has been the exclusion of staff, students and the community, and it is now very clear that mediation is necessary. And finally, just on the final point, point 6, state government has repeatedly claimed that the campus relocation proposal was included in the Hobart City deal signed in 2019, but in reality the actual deal signed in 2019 did not include relocation of the entire campus. It included only the relocation of STEM faculties. So something was changed in that deal after it was signed, and I just think we need something on the record to know how and why that happened. So look, I commend the motion to the other elected members, and in particular to Councillor Elliott, and I will be voting for all of the clauses. I would also ask that perhaps we could vote separately on the numbered clauses, so that it's not just all voted on in one big hit.
So just procedurally, thank you, Councillor Loberg. Procedurally, I do need to know now whether you're willing to
I'm happy to accept the amendments.
Otherwise we'll vote on amendments. So.
Second is not accepting, so you might have to get someone else to second it. I'm not accepting.
Okay. Who else? Councillor Dutta. Okay, so so we're now so the new motion as updated and accepted by the mover and accepted by the seconder, Councillor Dutta. We will now. I'll take comments on this one. So any further discussion on this, and then when we've had discussion, I will go through each one as requested by Councillor Lohberger. Further discussion.
Sorry, that's it. Do you need to put that as a motion to go through them one at a time, rather than just assuming we all agree with that?
I can do that if people would like me to. I don't think it's really clear that I have to, but I'm happy to do that when we get to that point. Okay, any further discussion on this motion? No further discussion? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, I find this, a lot of the motion, whilst I understand the intention, is quite superfluous to what the council is required. I know that there is that desire to in some ways deliver for the community, but I also feel that in item 14, the one that we've just heard, we've already supported part 1. I think part 2 is superfluous. Part 3 is considered in the previous item, and some of this is UTAS's process. So writing to the Lord Mayor, writing to the Vice Chancellor, well, you know, like we have actually written on a number of occasions. So whilst the intention might be good and come from a good place, unfortunately, I think a lot of this is superfluous to what this council is doing in representing our community. We've just talked about a comprehensive consultation process, and I understand that's part of this amendment as well, but we've just talked about it. So actually making these amendments and having this notice of motion in the first instance, I think just really doesn't satisfy my my understanding of what really the community will be satisfied with, to be honest. Sorry? So, you know, like I just feel like there's still, there will be levels of dissatisfaction in the community, and also there will be an understanding from the university as to what their intentions are, whether their public consultation has been robust, has it been set to the standards that we require. You know, like it's really not something that I think is really going to be answered through this notice of motion and amended notice of motion.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So firstly, the motion, as large it is, it's certainly not going to be a silver bullet for the issues that we have. And I reiterate what I said before, that it is a disappointing situation that we're in. It's disappointing that UTAS hasn't undertaken the genuine consultation on the actual relocation issue. It's disappointing that the council never asked the community its views on the relocation before saying that for multiple times over multiple years that it would support and facilitate the relocation. And now we're in a situation where we have a legislative obligation to represent the community and to consult with the community. And we have an electoral poll with the vast majority of people saying they do not want something. So I disagree that the motion is superfluous. I think that while some of the items might be ineffective and we might not get what we want, we might UTAS might continue to ignore or reject our requests. I think it's critically important that we are the community representatives, that we try. And that's what this is all about for me, is about trying everything we can within our powers, acknowledging that we have two hats that we wear. We represent the community, but we're also a planning authority, and not letting those two paths cross. But we have a responsibility to take that information that we have crystal clear from the electoral poll and to try everything we can to represent the community's interests, which they've made crystal clear. So, in terms of the amendments, I'm largely supportive of Councillor Lohberger's amendments, with the exception of the structure plan, but that's already passed as happened. And I also note that I have been a big advocate for the council asking the community its views, because that's been a glaring gap for me over these years. But I acknowledge that that was unlikely to get support around the table, so I've let that one go reluctantly. But I think the bulk of the items here, well, all of the items here largely, are really important for the council to know that it has a clear conscience that it's doing everything it can to represent the community that it's elected to represent. I also have one question in relation to the City Deal situation, and like Councillor Lohberg, I'm keen for myself and the community to have an explanation around that, because while it is backwards looking, I think it's important that we reflect on how this change came about so that we don't get into the same situation again. I just have a question though for the CEO, please, through you, Chair, in relation to the officer's report said that in the City Deal implementation plan that the full relocation of UTAS wasn't referred to, but that's very different from my understanding. Is that correct information?
Yeah.
Through you, Lord Mayor, I may need to refer that actually to Kat Panjari, just in terms of what was covered off. If you're happy, Kat, to respond to that. Thank you.
Through you, Lord Mayor. So the implementation plan covered off the university's intentions when it was signed to relocate their STEM facilities at the time. It didn't refer to a full relocation of the Sandy Bay campus.
That's different to what I have here. I've got page 21 of the implementation plan from 2019. On page 21, it literally says at the top, we will support the relocation of the southern campus. So that conflicts with my understanding. I'm not sure if we're looking at the same document.
We're looking at the same document. It doesn't refer to the full relocation of the full campus. It was never intended to reflect the full relocation.
I think a reasonable person would take the sentence that we will support the relocation of the southern campus. Okay.
But I think it's going to be in the report. We'll explain all the nuances around levels of government who add things into city deals and take things out, of which there's been quite a lot of things.
Thanks. Yes, because from my perspective, the city deal that the Prime Minister and all of the Greater Hobart mayors signed talked about the STEM presence, and then a handful of months later that had evolved, in my opinion, or my interpretation, to being, it literally says on the paper, we will support the relocation of the southern campus. That's quite an encompassing statement to me. So it would be great to have an explanation around that, how that occurred, and how that and when that came to the council. Thank you.
I think Alderman Zuko was up first.
Lord Mayor, I did actually second the original motion, but I had to withdraw that because I don't support the amended motion for a number of reasons. I know we just voted on point 3, but point 3 is still on the motion, and I just don't support that. So that's number one. Number two, in point 4, I felt that the original motion had more strength in point 4, where it said that it agreed that UTAS most recent consultation process Brandon does not fulfil, whereas this amended motion just says it notes it. I was one of the people in the crowd when quite a number of people spoke for the Save UTAS, and there was one person which actually took my attention. There was a number of people that spoke that they were involved in that shake-up group and they weren't listened to. So why do we want to note a so-called consultation process that the Save UTAS and most of those 74% of voters know was a farce? So I don't note a farce. I agree it was a farce. It was a farce. It was a farce from the start. It still is a farce. But not only that, Lord Mayor, I think the Deputy said it all. All this is just wish-washy. It's all wish-washy because we have actually written to the university before. And where do we get? We got nowhere. So, look, you know, all due respect to my newly elected councillor, we've done this. And I don't want to do it, but, you know, I feel like the university stuck the finger up at us at the time, and I believe that they'll do it again.
One way to find out.
Well, there's only one way to find out, isn't there? I believe, as I said here, we need to be more proactive rather than simply playing the game the university wants us to play. Yes, we'll write to them. Yes, they'll think about it. Yes, they'll delay. Yes, they've deferred their amendments for the moment. Yes, they've deferred Melville Street as well. But is it completely off the table? No, it is not. I'm sorry. If we want to do something with the university, we need to be stronger. This is not strong. We note. Yes, I'll note that one day Alderman Zuko said, "I told you so." I'll just sit down from there.
Further discussion?
If we don't vote for this motion, then we're saying doing nothing is okay. 74% of people said what happened was not okay, and we're going to sit back and say, oh, it's excessive to our needs. It's not excessive to stand up and say this is not good enough. It's not okay to toss aside the right to say we need to have a letter written. Because if we write no letter, we've already just given it to them. What is better? No one here who has decided they don't like this motion has supplied any alternative, any amendment, anything to make this better.
A personal
Sorry,
explanation.
Alderman Zirko. No, sorry, Alderman Zirko. It's not a point of order.
No, I didn't say that. Personal explanation.
Personal explanations, I don't think you quite understand what they're for. They're not really for that.
I've tried.
Thanks, Alderman Bloomfield.
I knew that.
So suggesting that it's not strong enough, but not suggesting an amendment simply is not fulfilling what I believe we're here to do, which is to represent the community. If 74% of people say we're here to do something about it, and here we have a motion that does something, yes, it's not brilliant and it's not perfect and it's not strong enough and it's not going to do a great deal. We know that, we get that, but we also are not prepared to sit back and do nothing. So I urge everyone in this room to consider very seriously the price of saying, oh, we don't like this. You know what? What's our alternative? Supply a better alternative.
Further discussion? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I tend to agree with Deputy Lord Mayor here that a lot of the actions contained in this fairly lengthy motion have been either attended to by the previous motion, not necessary because the Act already covers it, potentially inaccurate, and also without our jurisdiction. So just briefly, if I may, question to the CEO on consultation. Has the council undertaken IAP2 consultation about university developments at all in the past with the community?
Sorry. CEO.
Thank you. And look, I will stand corrected just given my sort of short tenure here in relation to this work. But my understanding is no, there haven't been any university-specific consultations undertaken by council that would comply with AP2.
Okay, thank you. So it seems that consultation could have been better in the past, and it will be, may I ask again, CEO, if any future DA is received for large development in the city, will there be community consultation under IAP2, or will it just be a standard planning process?
So through you, there's probably two separate things here. There are particular provisions as it relates to the Land Use Act that prescribe what's required for consultation as it relates to a development application, and certainly our Director of Planning can provide more context to that. What this seeks to do is provide the structure plan a broader strategic land use plan for the entire suburb, and that certainly would be underpinned by extensive community consultation.
Would that also be for the city, any city development?
Through you, Lord Mayor, that would relate to essentially the structure planning exercise that's underway at the moment for the Central Hobart Precinct, which has been previously referred to the Central Hobart Precincts Plan.
Excellent, thank you. So we have some consultation underway for the city buildings with the precincts plan, which is quite a thorough consultation process, and I attended as a member prior to being elected. It is important to note as well that the language in point 1 that we note the overwhelming 74% vote against UTAS. Coming from a science background, I think that putting dichotomous questions up for fairly complex issues it doesn't really serve the issue well, and not providing all of the information, which unfortunately UTAS did not throughout, mean that a lot of the electors were forced to make a yes/no decision on a matter for which they had very little understanding. There is definitely a component of the cross-section of the community that vehemently oppose the move, and I recognise them here as well. But with regards to the specific motion, I think point 1 we've already done in the previous motion, noting the elector poll. Point 2 is covered by the Act, I believe. Point 3 seems superfluous and unnecessary to me. Point 4, I'm unsure of the accuracy on, which is because it's a matter for the university, not for us. But from documentation I've seen, the shake-up was conducted under IAP2 framework, which is the same framework that we use. So just working my way down the page, writing to the University Council, I think is partially superfluous in that they've already heard the message. It's been very publicly broadcast and they've taken that feedback on board. We're already doing the strategic planning, and I'm sure that that will be publicised in due course and the university will be aware of it. Point E is the same. We've already written to the university, I believe, and requested that they undertake community consultation. True. But the point H is one that I particularly, point G, I'm not sure how much information the university would be willing to release publicly for commercial and confidence reasons, and I'm not sure how that overlap would happen with the Legislative Council inquiry that's currently underway. That may be covered off in their terms of reference. And point H, I think that getting into moderation with developers, community groups, protest groups, students and staff, it's just outside of the scope of what we do. We don't moderate.
Point of order. Point H does not ask, sorry.
You're right.
Point H does not ask for the council to become involved. Simply ask for UTAS to initiate an independent mediation process.
Yep. Thanks, Councillor Lobo. No, that's my misreading. I think that may have read differently in the previous motion, which I've got in my head. That part is fine. You know, point H, if UTAS is initiating and controlling the mediation, and we're calling for them to do that, I don't have an issue with that one. So, look, overall, I think that it's largely superfluous. It's largely covered off, and there's jurisdictional issues associated with this motion. So I won't be supporting the breadth of it, but if we do go through it in minor points, you may get a couple of approves.
Just have a question, Lord Mayor, if I might.
Alderman Zuko.
Yes, just wanted some clarity, just to make sure I got it clear in my head. At the moment, we are debating the motion that was put by Councillor Elliott. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
Seconded by Councillor Dutton.
So we don't have an amendment on the table.
No, sorry, but Councillor Elliott has accepted in all.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. So it's been accepted in. So the original motion was accepted in. So the motion we're discussing is the motion by Councillor Elliott. So I'd like to move an amendment, if I may, Lord Mayor, to this motion.
You've spoken.
I've spoken, but I'm moving an amendment. I'm not going to speak. I'm moving an amendment. Tell me where I can't move an amendment.
No, you can move an amendment.
Thank you very much. The amendment is that the Hobart City Council immediately initiate meetings with UTAS, Save UTAS, the staff and students of UTAS and the state government, for discussions in regards to how collectively the group can move forward in expediting the university elector poll. There's the alternative, which I moved in the last motion, in the last meeting.
You want to accept that in?
It's an amendment, Lord Mayor.
Well, it could be accepted in.
I accept that in.
Councillor Dutton, do you accept that? I'm just wondering, sorry.
I don't know if it's a point of order, but a clarification. We've already had our time to debate this point, and we don't have the opportunity to rebut if it's accepted in halfway through the debate.
Yes, we spoke to the amendment.
No, because it's not an amendment anymore. If it's accepted in, keep it in its amendment so that we can debate it.
If you prefer it that way, I don't mind.
It'd be nice to see it.
Okay.
Lord Mayor, I'm happy to,
right.
if they've got a seconder, that's fine by me.
Can we have it in writing, Alderman Zuko?
Yeah, I'll write it down, no problem.
Then we can read it out again, and
Yep.
we'll come back to your amendment. Is there any discussion just on it as it stands?
Comment, as a newly elected member, I feel as if, and I know this is the thoughts of the other newly elected members, that we've really walked into a bit of a maelstrom here, and I just got to make the comment that, you know, I feel that Council's planning scheme has failed us, that Council's consultation process has failed us, and I just would like this to be a big warning for these other dark clouds that are looming upon us with the stadium, with other potential cable car proposals, and I hope we just learn a very, very big lesson. We, the public also too, and the ratepayers have a big responsibility to knock on the door of council to do that, but we as the leaders have made some systemic failures here. The work here today, Councillor Lohberger's amendment, I support. It is catch-up, I feel. A lot of everything you were talking about here is catch-up tonight. And this could have been all headed up in the past with some really strong leadership and planning advice. So I'd just like to make that comment and hope we really take away from this a big lesson. Thank you.
Go on. Alderman Barakis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to address some things that have been said, I agree with Councillor Basalt that a binary question oftentimes isn't the best question to ask, and doesn't always lead to the best outcomes, and that comes from someone who's studied statistics at university. But that said, it's very hard to have anything quite more sophisticated when we're going through sort of a process of direct democracy, which is what that was. I would note though, from the same perspective, that when you have a sample size of 30,002 and 22,631 of those, or just over 74%, clearly vote for a particular outcome, I believe they call that statistically significant. So I'll just make that point. I appreciate that it's an issue that we could get down into further detail, but it is a very, very clear message from the community on this issue. It does warrant us to do a bit more work to weed out some of the details of that, but the long and short of it is that just the hair under 3/4 of the community don't want this project to go along. And appreciating, and it's been said multiple times by myself and others, and in this council and the last, we do have to be careful that we maintain our responsibilities as a planning authority in regards to all of this. We can't be going around saying that we wouldn't support anything that came up, because we are limited in our powers to do that. I do agree with Councillor Basalt though, that given that I know this motion was supposed to come up before the previous one, I do think that the fact that we've voted on the structure plan already renders part 3 redundant. I think we've just done that already. Like we're not. It's actually technically incorrect, because we're no longer. We're saying that we support an item on the meeting agenda. It's now a decision that's been made by the council. So I think part 3 is actually it's a moot point. But I do think, and I think it's important, whether it's and I know Councillor Bloomfield, or Alderman Bloomfield, sorry, mentioned the letter. Yes, we've sent letters to the university in the past, and government. And yes, it's true that with the results of this elector poll, the universities are obviously clearly seeing what the view of the public is in this. But I think that it's also important that the university is aware that the council's taken a position on this as much as they're able to, and that the council has themselves acknowledged the position of the community, and at least to some regard endorsed the position of the community. We aren't, I think, failure to do so in some meaningful way would continue the perception that might be in the community at the moment, that council's happy to sort of be travellers in this or passengers in this debate, which I think it's important, given that 3/4 of those that voted for all of us to sit around this table had a very, very clear view on this, and I think they expect us to take a clear view on this as much as we are able to under our position as a planning authority, and balancing those hats of political representatives and statutory planning responsibilities. So I think it's important that we acknowledge that. And as Alderman Zuko said, I won't speak again in favour of the amendment, but I do think it's important that we do take some action to respond to this that will result in something before such a time as the university may decide that they want to put in an application before we get around to changing any of the rules. And that was the reason why I wasn't particularly supportive of the structure plan, not because having a structure plan or a precinct plan is a bad idea. I think for all the reasons that were mentioned, it's good planning, but it won't. Doing it as the solution to the UTAS issue
30 seconds.
won't achieve the goal that it's intended to, because by the time we get into the process of implementing this structure plan, the horse could very well have bolted already. So I'll just leave that there. I support this motion, and I also support Alderman Zuko's proposed amendment.
Okay, Councillor Harvey.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. The words previous mistakes was used a couple of times throughout the debate by some people, but I think that sort of hyperbole is not helpful. The council has been going through a process since 2007. All of that information has been supplied. All of that information was publicly available. So the university's shift has been ongoing for quite a while, and it wasn't until late in the piece that people realised that, well, this was a shift to the city. But no one complained about all the developments in the city as they occurred. And then the debate of late, it was really, I found it quite sad really that there was no debate during the election. There was no debate leading up to the election about moving into the city. And that was a deliberate part of the tactic, unfortunately, from the Save UTAS people, who firstly attacked the plan, and I agree, that's fine, attack the plan, and then look at the process, and the process got attacked as well, and the process was inadequate, and no problems there. And then the people involved, it started to become personal, and individuals were attacked. And then the next layer of that was when people started to talk in favour of the university shift, and they were shut down as well. And I found that to be the worst part about this debate, that good people who had thoughts and ideas about the shift into the city and wanted to discuss it in more than just a binary way of yes or no, didn't get the opportunity to do that. There was no debate on the UTAS shift to the city or the Sandy Bay campus through the election campaign, and the only contact I got from people was,
Point of order.
Are you for or against?
Point of order, yes.
Order. Save UTAS campus convened a candidates forum at which every candidate was involved, and more than 20 turned up to speak.
It's not a point of order, I'm afraid,
Okay.
Councillor Lohberger.
The point I'm making is people wanted to know yes or no. They didn't want to see any nuances. They didn't want to hear your opinion about, was this a good idea? Were the elements of this a good idea? And that was the most disappointing of it. And now the campaign continues to save the CBD, which I feel is talking down the city. I think it's a really sad element of this campaign being continued. And this motion here tonight, I understand that people who were part of, some of the councillors who were part of the establishment of the Save UTAS group and help design the strategies are also have an obligation to their group to put forward motions to try and get the council to admit fault or something. But the council hasn't been at fault. The council has followed process all the way along, and circumstances changed across time. So we engaged with the university over many years, and that's fine because we engage with all developers in Hobart, because there's no point sitting back and ignoring them until they've dropped their plans on you. So I don't feel that the council has made mistakes. I feel the council has followed process over a number of years, and that will continue to follow process. And what's been proposed tonight with the structure plan, I think is good process. It looks at the big picture, it looks into the future, it engages with all of the participants, and I think that's the best way forward. And I don't think this motion tonight is adequate. I think most of it is redundant, as others have said, and I won't be supporting any of it, because I think the best step forward was what the officers have prepared for us with the structural plan, and it's in UTAS's court as well, how they develop their engagement, and also with the state government to see how they proceed. And you've also got the upper house inquiry, which also hasn't been resolved yet. So there's still a number of elements to be heard out here, but I won't be supporting a motion tonight.
Okay. All right, we might, if there's further discussion on the substantive motion, Councillor Dutta, yes?
Thank you, Chair. With regards to this motion, I am glad that Councillor Harvey has pointed out the chronological facts. And I think all of us who have received close to 800 pages do realise that the Council, in its 3 terms and 3 successive Lord Mayors, supported this. They worked in partnership. While there may not have been the total shift of Sandy Bay campus into the city, there is no doubt evidence quite clear that there was that partnership between the council and the university. So the chronological facts are very important for us. Secondly, I think the motion, I agree, it is superfluous, it's redundant. However, my reason for supporting this is based on this point. Yes, we have written in the past to the university. Yes, they have responded in a particular way, in some cases they haven't. But for me, this is after the event. In other words, the electoral poll results came out. It is after that event and the election, as it were, with the electoral poll, we are now simply writing to the university. We have no power to tell them what to do. And so the councillors who have brought this to us are simply using those soft words. And it's very diplomatic, I think, in the sense that we note, we advise, we request, we recommend, things like that. The university can take this paper and throw it in the bin. It means nothing to us. It's pointless. There's no strength in the matter. But what I am saying is that I'm quite happy to support this because I know we are simply making these suggestions very diplomatically to say, please consider these points. And therefore, I have no qualms about supporting this, knowing the fact that the electoral poll results and the community concerns. And from that point of view, we are taking forward the community concerns and the things they have said to us. Thank you.
Okay, we now, if there's no further discussion on the motion, the main motion, I'm going to move to the amendment circulated by Alderman Zuko.
Question,
yes.
Lord Mayor?
Sure.
Does this replace the motion that we've just debated, or is it an add-on to it? Fantastic, thank you.
So, Alderman Zuko, did you want to speak to your amendment?
Oh, look, I think it says enough there, Lord. Yeah, I could speak, I just don't,
sure.
You know.
Alderman
I'll reserve my right to speak.
Sure. Alderman Brackus, you're the seconder for it?
Yes.
Correct. Okay, any discussion on the amendment, or is it's clear in front of people? Alderman Bloomfield?
Really pleased to see this amendment, thank you. The only thing that I would highlight would be, sadly, there is no small business element to this. Other than that, it's strong enough to suggest that we're going to get some seriously good discussion. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Lohberger.
On this too. Thank you, Alderman Zuko. I just wonder whether it's not entirely clear when we say the uni staff and students group, can we specify that it's the Tasmanian University Students Association and the National Tertiary Education Union, the actual groups that do represent students and staff?
Lord Mayor, just to define that, the words used by Councillor Lowenberger, that defines that group to be used instead of the students group. I couldn't remember the name of the group, but that's why I just used that.
I'll be supporting this motion.
Councillor Harvey.
I have a question first. Does this amendment replace 5H?
Lord Mayor, it's an addition to.
Well, then we've got a repetition to some degree.
No, Lord Mayor, look, all right, I didn't want to debate, now I'm going to debate. Lord Mayor, points 5 is saying the Lord Mayor write to the uni about all this, right? This addition is saying, hey, We want you round a table all together, sitting down, having a kumbaya in regards to the electoral poll. Okay, Lord Mayor? So it's an addition to that. So in other words, Lord Mayor, you know, write to the uni, go ahead and do all that, but as part of it, the Hobart City Council, we're not going to write to the uni, we are going to immediately initiate the meeting and say, uni, when are you available to come to a meeting? Government, when are you available? I'm just doing it in simple terms. Government, when are you going to come to the meeting? We want to have a meeting with you. We're going to initiate it, not the university. Okay? The other is us writing to the university and saying, dear university, can you do this, can you do that, can you do this, can you do that? Please consider it. But this is not we're not asking them to consider, we're inviting them to the table. We are initiating it. Okay? That's the difference. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment.
Just a question through you, Chair, to Alderman Zuko. The question that I have is that if we as a council initiate something like this, can we be then accused that we are party to this? We don't have an open mind because we are involved in this whole process.
This is not about planning. This is about, it's got nothing to do with planning. There's nothing here saying that as the council acting as a planning authority. I'm talking about the Hobart City Council acting as part of our community and our community roles. So it would not affect us in any way, shape or form under planning legislation. And you can even ask that question through Mr. Noy if we're not adding the words planning or anything like that. Is that correct or incorrect, Mr. Noy?
I think you're right in that instance.
Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment. Councillor Posselt.
Yeah, thank you. So this goes to the point that I was making, which I did get wrong and was corrected on, which is that, you know, what's our role here, and it seems to me that Alderman Zuko has just collected a bunch of randoms and whacked them in a room without pre-consideration. Can't recall the name of like specific unions that are very well been involved with this process. And at what point do we bookend this? You know, a public meeting has been held on the 11th of May this year in a town hall setting where everybody could come along and have a chat about this issue. This is a selective group that includes Save UTAS but doesn't include residents who support the move. It doesn't give any opportunity for residents from Greater Hobart to have a say who didn't get a say in their elector poll. And so it's not actually consulting with the broader community. It will come at some cost to the council to run this. And frankly, I don't see it as our remit, especially in light of point 5H, which asks UTAS to initiate the same thing. So which is it? Are we doing it, or is the council, or is the university doing it? And I've not really heard any great rationale for why we should do it, nor any great rationale for the selection of the group within the amendment. So I don't support this. Even Alderman Bloomfield has mentioned small businesses not being included in this. The parking, the people who are for supporting parking in the CBD, bicycle network. There are any endless number of people who are affected by this move, which is why it's been such a contentious issue, because it is the entire city and its populace that are affected, and holding a meeting with a selected group that doesn't have any great thought to it is not at all helpful. So I won't be supporting that.
Did we have a workshop on this the other day? Yes. Did any elected member at that workshop mention something like this at the workshop?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
There was. It's okay.
Okay. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I will be supporting Alderman Zuko's amendment. I see it as a positive action that the council can take in its clear role as a community representative. We have an obligation to our Hobart community, our Hobart voters, and our Hobart voters have told us overwhelmingly that they do not support the relocation. So it's 74%. We have to represent that 74%. We don't often get such a very clear majority, and I think bringing various players to the table which Save UTAS Campus Incorporated makes sense as a community representative, given their clear mandate and the clear result that we have. So I'll be most definitely supporting this motion. Thank you. That amendment.
I support this motion as well. Sorry, the amendment at least. Point of order too, that the meeting or the gathering on May was not a meeting, it was a rally, which is a distinct difference to getting opinions and listening to the whole community. So I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, look, I just want to reflect on a few things that have been said. I think, and just similarly to what Councillor Kelly said, we've had that meeting rally. It was called a meeting, but it was a rally. It wasn't a two-way conversation. It wasn't a. It was effectively a grievance session for the public to get off their chest their concerns about this project. But as I think Councillor Lohberger tried to interject earlier on, we've had opportunities to hear multiple views from multiple angles in regards to this debate. I know it was suggested otherwise. There was a meeting, I can't remember the date, but it was held by the Save UTAS team down in Sandy Bay in the marina, and I'm pretty sure everyone elected was present at those meetings, and there was a wider variety of views put forward by candidates, now elected members, and some candidates who didn't get elected. There's been plenty of talk online through letters to the editor. There's been plenty of public discourse about this issue. So I think to suggest that people that had contrary views or people that had more nuanced views weren't able to get those across and were shut down from participating, I don't think is true, and I don't think is fair either. Just on the point 5H and in relation to this motion, look, I can only speak for myself, I can't speak for Alderman Zirko, but Part H is meant to be part of a letter to the university. So we've got a large number of items that are going to be included in this letter, and we're asking the university to consider doing a lot of things. And one of those things that we're considering them to do is to initiate a mediation, a discussion. The university may undertake to do that. They might not. They might continue going through what they call a robust consultation process. But the council, as community leaders, can take a role in leading a discussion with these relevant stakeholders. And look, Councillor Bassalt's right. We could have a list out into infinity of all the different stakeholder groups, minority stakeholder groups. Sorry, you know, the group of people that ride skateboards in wherever. Like we could extend it out to infinity. But I think when you talk about, and I think there is definitely a relevant rationale for including the relevant university and student associations, the university itself, the state government, and the Save UTAS group. I think as far as in addition to us as members as representatives of the community, I think they're the main stakeholders of this debate. It could include small business owners, it could include the block network, it could include a large number of groups, but the line does have to be drawn somewhere, otherwise it becomes one of those round tables of 300 people that effectively just turns into a rally. So I do think it is important now that we've reached the point of saying, look, we've acknowledged that the community's spoken, we've acknowledged that they've spoken very, very clearly, and now it's time to sit down with all those major stakeholders in regards to this issue and work out a way forward. And I think the council can very well do that without jeopardising its role as a planning authority, so long as whatever happens doesn't result in councils making any blanket statements that we will not support anything, etc., etc., etc. But if we're able to put the representatives of the Save UTAS group and representatives of the university in a room together and take part in that conversation as well, you know, thinking optimistically, we might be able to work out a way forward. But I think that's part of our role in this as leaders of the community. So I think this is a potentially very productive addition to the motion.
Okay, we'll put. I'll put the amendment. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Alderman Barakis, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Dutta,
Against.
Councillor Purcell, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy Lord Mayor and the Lord Mayor. That's
Carried. So now that's part of the substantive motion. Now, are people happy if we just put the substantive motion? It's nearly 7 o'clock. We've got a lot more agenda. Or do you want to vote each?
Vote separately.
Yes, Alderman Zuko.
If you just vote 3 separately, I'm happy to do that. I will vote for everything else.
All together? All together? No, one by one. All right. I'm going to. Councillor Lohberger's got a proposal to go one by one, seconded by Councillor Posselt, I think it was. All those in favour of going one by one, say aye. Aye. Against, say no.
Alderman Zuko, Alderman Barakis, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Dutta and the Lord Mayor.
Against?
Councillor Harvey and Deputy Lord Mayor. It's carried, Lord Mayor. 9 votes to 2.
Okay, so item 1, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against, say no. No. Show of hands. All those in favour, sorry.
Alderman Zuko, Alderman Barakis, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Dutta and Lord Mayor.
Against?
Councillor Purcell, Councillor Harvey and Deputy Lord Mayor. It's carried, Lord Mayor. 8 votes to 3.
Item 2, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Alderman Barakis, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Dutta and the Lord Mayor.
Against?
Councillor Harvey and Deputy Lord Mayor. It's carried, Lord Mayor. 9 votes to 2.
Item 3, Councillor Lohberger, you want to retain that? Councillor Elliott, you want to retain that in your
I think it should be withdrawn because it is.
It's withdrawn, okay, so that's withdrawn. Item 4, and you're happy with that, Councillor Dutta, for that to be withdrawn from the motion, yeah? Okay, item 4, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour. Show of hands.
Alderman Zuko, Alderman Barakis, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Dutta and the Lord Mayor. Councillor Purcell, Councillor Harvey and Deputy Lord Mayor. It's carried, Lord Mayor. 8 votes to 3.
Item 5, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Hands, all those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Alderman Barakis, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Dutta and the Lord Mayor.
Against?
Councillor Purcell, Councillor Harvey and the Deputy Lord Mayor. It's carried, Lord Mayor. 8 votes to 3.
And item 6, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Alderman Barakis, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Dutta and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Councillor Purcell, Councillor Harvey and Deputy Lord Mayor. It's carried, 8 votes to 3.
And we've already got the amendment vote already, don't we? So we don't have to do anything else.
Substantive motion, no?
Okay, we'll move on now to...
Still got 3 notices of
So the motion as amended with the extra amendment. No, I don't think we can do that.
We voted to incorporate your amendment into the motion, but we haven't voted on it.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, we did. And again.
Lord Mayor, we did vote. We did vote first up on it. It was actually 1, 2, 3, 4 that voted against. We did vote on it, first up, yeah. Yeah.
But anyway, we'll vote on it again because it's no longer an amendment now, it's part of the substantive motion. So, all those in favour of the item 7, the new item 7, say aye. Against, say no. No. Show of hands. All those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Alderman Barakis, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Dutta.
Against.
Selt, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor, the Lord Mayor. It's carried, Lord Mayor, 7 votes to 4.
Okay, we will now move on to the old item, the
Governance framework.
no, it's the public interest register motion from Councillor Posselt, which is now item 13, I think. Oh, Councillor Posselt.
I'm down. Right, I'll just brief. Oh yes. Just a just a procedural question, if it's okay. Can I just introduce the motion briefly and then reserve my right to speak? Is that okay? Yep.
But you also get a chance to sum up at the end. So you can have 3 minutes at the end if you want.
Okay. Yep.
Your motion.
Register. So this motion moves that we instigate, or a report be provided for the establishment of a compulsory public interest register for elected members' interests, and it goes on to define those interests below, which I won't go through because they're in the public agenda.
Happy to second.
It's already been seconded by Councillor Sherlock.
So a public register of interest is relatively universal elsewhere. Certainly, the East Coast councils are governed by their state acts, so Victoria, New South Wales and Queensland, that mandate a register be made publicly available of these interests. The framework that I've used as part of this is founded in the Australian Parliament House Register, and that is another point to make, that register of interests are not uncommon at the state and federal, and certainly mandated at the federal level as well. And they're designed to increase transparency and accountability to the voting public, and also avoid corruption to an extent, in that the authorities have advice in advance of what holdings you may have that may cloud your judgment and be a cause for corruption. But even in the instance where there is no corruption, the public may have a different view to an elected member as to what pertains to a conflict of interest. And it's up to the voting public, the ratepayer in our case, to make that decision come election time if they've seen us vote on something and we have publicly declared that we have an interest in that area, or an interest that may be affected by our vote, particularly when pecuniary matters are at play, that they can pass judgment on us with full accountability. I don't think that this is a motion that should be controversial. It should be straightforward, that we are accountable as elected members to the public, and that transparency matters. We've seen lots of commentary in the media. We've seen aldermen changing their banners on Facebook pages, claiming to be warriors for transparency in local government. It's a topical issue, and it has been a topical issue for a number of years in politics more generally, with calls for federal ICACs, integrity issues, and certainly corruption in local government and state governments. So this is a very straightforward, in a way, motion that simply requires you to declare with openness and transparency, at the exclusion, importantly, of your primary residence, any interest that may cloud your judgment. And I would ask members to consider what incentives there are to not vote for this motion. And I'll sum up at the end. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Lord Mayor, I want to move an amendment to this motion. 1A1, the elected members' registrable interest in the state of Tasmania. I may include those words.
Okay, that is moved by Councillor Dutta. Did you want to accept that in, Councillor Posselt? So we need a seconder for that then. Is there a seconder? Alderman Barakis. I might, just in the interests of time, see if we can vote on that now.
Can I just speak to it briefly?
You can.
Yep, so unless Councillor Dutta would like to speak to it first. Okay, so the reason, if Councillor Dutta has concerns about a particular point in the registrable interests pertaining to Tasmania versus interstate and internationally, this amendment may be better applied to another section of my motion. By applying it broadly, it would allow councillors and members to have interests in companies that may be doing business in Tasmania but are not registered here. Examples may include something like Fragrance Group, large property developers that you may be a shareholder in and are international bodies, and you would not have to declare that if that motion was successful, I don't believe, which is a reason why I won't support it as put.
So, Councillor Dutta, had you thought about putting it in another part where it mentions property? Is that what you were thinking? To broadly. Good. Anyway, we can just vote on it if you prefer. Alderman Zuko.
I just have a couple of questions, if I may, Lord Mayor. Is there currently a review of the Local Government Act? There is? My second question is, are we aware of anything like this happening in the changes of the Local Government Act? Has the Director at all been notified about any of these changes?
Can I just clarify that there is a review of the local government sector?
Oh, sector, yes,
yeah.
that's what I meant. Sorry. Yeah, but the sector will mean the actual change anyway. That's right. You know what I mean? Are we aware in that review of local government whether or not matters of public interest register are being considered in those changes?
We don't know for sure.
Okay. I'd like to move an amendment that we write prior to initiating this register. We write to the Director of Local Government with all these details of the register and ask a number of questions to the Director in respect of whether or not the review is considering a public interest register, and this is a public interest register the Council is considering. Can you please provide feedback?
Okay, I've now got two amendments.
Yeah.
Yours is more complex. Can I just ask that you
I'll write it down.
Okay,
please. Give me a moment. I'll write it down.
And I'll deal with Councillor Dutta's amendment, just to keep things. Otherwise, we're all going to get very confused. Does anyone want to speak to Councillor Dutta's amendment? Yes, Councillor Dutta.
The point that was raised by Councillor Posselt, I take that on board, and I would suggest that the amendment I'm suggesting, we can have that under point 2. C, real estate, including the location, suburb instead of suburb or area in the state of Tasmania.
Okay.
Lord Mayor, if I may, I'm happy to accept that into my motion if there's no objections.
All right. Your seconder was Councillor Sherlock. Are you happy with that to be accepted in? Okay.
Sorry, I'd rather it be put as a separate item rather than accepted in, because it might exclude me from the...
It's been... All right, so we're going to continue with debate on the substantive motion while Alderman Zirko types up his amendment. Any further discussion on the substantive motion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I did have discussions with a representative from the state government's local government office today, and I was advised that they are looking at an interest register as part of the local government review. So my initial response when reading this, well, one of the many, was that it would make sense that this is a statewide approach rather than having 29 registers around the state, and that we do have a local government review going on, so it's timely that this slot into it, hence my question to them. And I was reassured to hear that a public interest register is in their line of sight and they are intending to take action on it. I have no concerns at all in terms of the overall intention of a register of public interests. Looking through the list, I do have concerns with the policy principles that Councillor Posselt has spelt out. I agree with Councillor Dutta's suggestion around relevance to Tasmania makes sense, and I would say the same thing would apply to shareholdings and things like that. I mean, if you have a shareholding that has no bearing or relationship to Tasmania, then that's merely intrusion rather than an actual conflict of interest risk. I also question things like liabilities and how that would present a liability, other than in the case where you happen to owe, let's say, $100,000 to Joe Blow down the road. That's obviously a clear conflict if he's in Tasmania. Some of these other points as well are covered in existing policies around, like the elected members' development and support policy, for example, around travel and campaign donations. So I've got questions written all over this, to be honest, and I wouldn't be able to support the motion in its current form. I do support the principle. Like I said, I'd like to see it approached from a statewide perspective. I'd like to make sure that the actual policy was thrashed out in terms of what's listed here and what we have to register has really justifiable reasons for it from a conflict of interest perspective. Otherwise, it could be merely perceived as being a privacy intrusion, and also to the point of almost success shaming. I also think we have to recognise that it would highly potentially propose a deterrent for people wanting to considering standing for local government, and also acknowledging that this is a major change. If it was to be implemented this term, it's a major change to the rules that, major change to the setting of a newly elected council. So it makes sense for me that it would come in on a new term so that people can make an informed decision around whether they want to do that or not, because it's not just ourselves we have to consider, it's partners and spouses, and I'm not sure that that wouldn't extend further to immediate family. So a lot of our partners and spouses might not be comfortable with doing this for whatever reasons, and that's
just
completely
a point of order on the motion that there's no reference to further family.
You can sum up later.
No, it's a point of order on the assertion made.
Yeah, it's not really.
It's not a point of order.
The point of order is that Councillor Elliott referenced further people being included as additional family members.
It's the point of order that it might relate to is that the councillor has been misrepresented during the debate, but Councillor Elliott didn't identify you specifically. So when you've got a point of order, it's really important to follow what's in the meeting procedures. But if it's something that you disagree with or you want to correct, you get an opportunity at the end, or you get to have an opportunity when you speak. So continue, Councillor.
Thank you, I'll continue. So I'd like to see definitely the practicalities workshopped, because there's a lot of detail here. Writing to the Director of Local Government makes complete sense, a statewide approach. Yes to the principle, but no to the yes to the concept, but no to the principles that Councillor Posselt is stipulating, because I don't think they've been very well thought through. Thank you.
Councillor Harvey.
Thanks, Lord Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Posselt, for bringing this forward. I'll be supporting it, but I just want to focus on the first sentence, that a report be provided for the establishment of a compulsory public register for elected members' interest. So we're not agreeing to do this right now here tonight. What we're saying is, well, what Councillor Posselt's saying, that let's prepare a report, and the report will deal with all of the elements of the notice of motion. So, but I will be supporting the notice of motion tonight, because I think if we're talking about transparency all the time, then I think this is hugely relevant to the transparency of all the elected members. And I understand that if a statewide one is introduced, then that will probably supersede our attempt here, or our policy, if we get to the point of creating a policy. But looking at the pace of local government reforms and reviews, could be, most of us might not be there when it finally gets landed. So I'm happy to support this and see where it goes with regard to an officer's report, but support it tonight. I'm not going to wait for the local government review.
Councillor Dutta.
Just two questions with regards to the motion to Councillor Prasad. Number two, F, the nature of any other substantial source of income. My question is, what constitutes substantial? And G, any sponsored travel not exceeding $300, and what's the rationale behind the $300?
Thanks, Councillor Dutta. So, to answer your second question first, the $300 is stipulated in the Australian Parliament House Guidelines, from which this is drawn. And to your first question about the nature of any substantial sources of income, again, that has been drawn from the Federal Parliament's register, and I believe it's referring to things like other income sources. So, for example, I may have to declare that I'm a paid employee of Ambulance Tasmania should any Ambulance Tasmania matters come before council.
Councillor Kelly.
Look, this just appears to me, Lord Mayor, to be just a copy and paste without much thought given into it. It's very easy just to look at other places and say, yep, let's just copy and paste that straight into the system. I'm not going to give it much thought. I can't really answer the questions that are on the floor. So to me, it's I totally support what Alderman Zuko's amendment is. It's just ridiculous that we are going to legislate and draft up a pretty comprehensive document here, and it's going to be replicated 29 or 28 other times. If we don't wait and see and get direction from the state government on this, I think it's like I just don't pick a phone up and ring a lawyer every single time I get a thought bubble in my head. I make sure that this isn't going to happen and be done and replicated elsewhere. So, secondly, this should be on the table for all new coming members. If this had been on the table when I stood, it could have been a detriment to me even deciding to stand. And I don't think it's very fair to come 1 month in and have something like this rolled in and thrown up against me by some person who may not be in the same situation for me because of a number of reasons. And I just think that the timing of it's poor, the copy and paste of it's flawed, and we have no other option, I don't believe, but to refer to Alderman Zuko's amendment. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just a bit concerned that Alderman Zuko's amendment, the way it's being talked about, may be better as a foreshadowed motion, if it's actually taking away from the purpose of the report.
Well, I'm happy to move it as a foreshadowed motion, actually, Lord Mayor. Yes, I'll move it as a foreshadowed. Can I speak right now?
Yes, you can.
I'll speak to this motion if I can, then I'll speak to my foreshadow.
Don't speak to your foreshadow.
I won't.
Just,
I'll speak to this.
Okay.
Yeah. Lord Mayor, there was a statement made about an ever-changing Facebook page. Mine. So just let everybody know, it was my Facebook page. Yes, transparency. But isn't it interesting that we have decided to have closed workshops, and I tried to have open workshops, but now I'm being challenged in regards to whether or not I am open and transparent, but the very person who made the comment about my Facebook page voted against open and transparent meetings. That's quite interesting. Now let's get to the nuts and bolts. And actually, my colleague from North Hobart, Mr. Kelly, I understand his position, because if we are actually wanting to entice people to actually come and stand on council that may own property, that may have all this, they might think secondly about doing so. And I think the point that Mr. Kelly was saying is maybe he would have considered things differently had he well known this was in play, which is a very, very good point. But I think point 4 actually is quite interesting. An elected member may be reported to the Director of Local Government if the elected member knowingly fails, blah, 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 blah. Can the mover of the motion please direct me to what section of the Local Government Act that is relevant to in respect of a public interest register, please?
Certainly. So this would be a policy directive that if a member knowingly misleads the public in the register, that is noted by the Director of Local Government, in the interest of the fact that if you put on the public record something that is knowingly false, it may constitute fraud.
Lord Mayor, the Director of Local Government, if someone breaches a policy and it's not governed by the Act, I am being very specific here, because the Act governs our policies. The whole thing about it is, if we breach a policy, it's not a breach of the Local Government Act. It's a breach of the Code of Conduct under the Act. So, writing to the Director, I could just see it. Dear Director, Alderman Zuko didn't notify us that he owns a property in North Hobart. Dear Council, so what? That's why I am stating, Lord Mayor, what we need to do first is to find out whether or not there is a consideration under this review from the Director, so that way there, if we do happen to write to the Director and say, Dear Director, Councillor Kelly didn't state that he had a beer at his own pub, right? And if there is this review and the Director turns around and says, I'm sorry, my dear colleague, the Director turns around and says, yes, it's a breach of the Act and we'll do something about it. So I think it's very, very important that the Director provides us the advice. Let's not waste our time, the officer time, and going through all this. Look, you know, I admire Councillor Pasalt, and it just goes to show that what we need to be doing here, and I actually had a discussion, Lord Mayor, with a person today about notices of motion. And I said to this person, a number of years ago, we all agreed to have a policy, even though, and the policy was that we take notices of motion to committee first, so we discuss it in that environment. And we went along nicely for quite a while. Instead of us sitting here all night and the people out there in television land listening to us go on about notice of motion, there's four tonight. We haven't even got to anything at the moment. I think this is the third one. You know, we need to start really thinking about what we're doing. And I actually agree. This is like a copy and paste. This is all about me making a name for myself because I just got elected to council. Lord Mayor, I remember my first debate here was to do with the sewage treatment plant. I actually did a lot of work, and I used to bring in documents this thick because I read them all and said, here you go, this is the information I've got. That's what I do, and that's how I do my work. I've got to say I admire Councillor Pasalt for his enthusiasm, but I think what we need to do is see what the Director's got to say first. And I strongly ask elected members to let's get the advice that we need to get advice first. Thank you.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I actually agree with Bill Harvey in that this is actually simply requesting a report. We're not changing law, we're not doing anything, we're simply investigating what we actually are required to do. Because when I looked at some of the information that Councillor Posselt kindly supplied us all when we were trying to understand what he was attempting to do here, there were plenty of additional requests inside the register. For instance, you had to notate any asset worth more than $7,500, and I was sitting there going, geez, how am I going to handle that with anything I might have at home? And then I realised that he had actually pulled out a part and said, no, these things aren't necessarily what we want to do. But here's a start. This is all this is. This is merely a start. This is the beginning of a conversation saying we need to do this. I actually agree, we do need to do this. And I equally also understand Councillor Posselt's concerns of the fact that if we do wait for the review to complete, how long will that be? Would it be good to perhaps look at this early, lead Tasmania, lead the other councils, instead of being the council that's known for its infighting, be the council that's known for leading transparency? Would be pretty amazing. So I would like to be able to support the fact that we are asking for a report. We're not asking for change, we're asking for a report so we can start the conversation and get a correct addressing of the change that we need with the legislation so that we can actually show ourselves to be transparent and accountable.
Alderman Barakis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, we'll start from the bottom. I think is a good place to start on this one. We're asking for a report. That's true, and I think it's important to note that over the years, council asks for a report and it endorses the need to seek a report on an issue. It generally, not always, but generally gets interpreted to mean that council is supportive of the idea in principle, and whenever reports come, they come back in the context of that. So I think it's important to note that. The report doesn't just mean, oh, it's just a report, it's no big deal, we can just do them willy-nilly. Aside from the fact they cost money, they do also indicate a level of supporting principle to something, which is fine if that's what you're wanting to do. But it's more than just a report, because it also says that the initial register be established by 1st of March 2023. So if this is just a report, we've given a due date for the implementation of the policy. What if the report comes back and says, well, no, it's, the expert advice is that it's better to wait for incorporating this into the local government review, or it comes back and says, look, there's legal obstacles that we need to work through before we can implement it. We've got here that Part 5 says that we're endorsing that we have this register established no later than the 1st of March next year. Working up the motion, we've got Part 4, which Alderman Zuko raised. I'm entirely certain that if an elected member was complying with their responsibilities for pecuniary and non-pecuniary interests under the Local Government Act, but wasn't taking part in what's being proposed here, if Council referred that elected member to the Director of Local Government, I'm entirely certain that he wouldn't give two diddly squats. It's the role of the Director of Local Government is to maintain and ensure the Local Government Act's upheld. That's his remit. His remit is not to be interested in what individual policies that an individual council might adopt, so long as policies are occurring and elected members' behaviour is occurring within the Act. Going to the actual principles or the registrable interests themselves, look, some of these are fine, and in principle I'm not against the idea of us having our interests publicly available. In all honesty, when I initially got elected, I kind of took that as a given, having worked for MPs at varying levels of Parliament. But we need to remember, if we're copying and pasting from a federal level, elected members at the federal level, if they have shares in a company, that is relevant, explicitly relevant to their decision making, given that those companies are all registered in the same country that they're making decisions on behalf of. If somebody has shares in a company that does business in New South Wales, it's hardly a relevant interest as far as an elected member in Hobart. I appreciate the comment that Councillor Passat made, but if you own a share in a company that's registered out of Victoria but might do business in Hobart, and I think there's ways to nuance that. But if I own a share in a I don't, but if I own a share in a financial company that operates out of New South Wales, I can't perceive how that's relevant to any conversation or any debate that could be happening or any decision making that could be happening within this city. Same for property, and I acknowledge that we've included a qualifier into that. But just going further, and this is where it does start to seem quite arbitrary to me. And I think there is also the issue of privacy, because whilst we are elected members, we are answerable to the voting public, and we are required to operate under law. We're all people as well. We all have our own rights to privacy. I can't perceive how recording liabilities, which I and credits. So if we're assuming we're reading this by the letter of what's being suggested, we're talking about mortgages. We're talking about if I've got money on my credit card. This is complete. Unless I owe money to X business owner down the road, can I ask for another minute, please, Lord Mayor?
Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Councillor Bloomfield. For an extra minute, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. But can I just ask elected members to try and be brief, not make points that other people have made, and we do have a big agenda to get through.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We do have to keep this to issues that are relevant to our decision making, and in order to keep the integrity of our decision making here. And I'm really sorry, but me putting down, or any elected member putting down what money they owe, for instance, or what other issues that they have, if it's not relevant to the issue of Hobart, it's not relevant, and I take that as an invasion of privacy. But look, it's. I do have one question, actually, if I might. Just what's the level of enforceability of this, Lord Mayor, through you? Like, if an elected member was complying with the stipulations of the Local Government Act but not complying with this policy, what ability is there for council to enforce this?
Through you, Lord Mayor, I think for questions like this going forward, we just need to acknowledge that they'd be things picked up in an officer report that was subsequent. It does, however, get back to the point that was made earlier about the Local Government is the Local Government Act, and a council policy is just that. The Local Government Act is what's required.
Thank you. And look, Lord Mayor, just to wrap up then really quickly, because it's already been said, the more intelligent way to do this is to see where the local government review is at, because if this gets implemented, it'll completely ride roughshod over this. And I definitely expect that whatever gets put through the local government review will be much more sophisticatedly worded than this.
Further discussion, Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I had my initial reservations with this. Because I did speak to Councillor Passault with regards to this. However, I want to make the point that this is simply a report. And because it's a report, I'm quite happy to let go and then debate all the details later on. That's point number one. Point number two, under the Act, Section 48 very clearly says that we've got to declare our interest. There is a declaration. Section 54 states very clearly that we've got to register our interest. Now, the point I'm making here, that there's a difference between registering interest and conflict of interest. I think that's where the confusion is. However, with my reservations and my drawbacks of the points already been made, I'm quite happy to have a report, and I'm sure the staff will look at it in great detail, get all the information, and then we will make that debate when it's necessary. Thank you.
Further discussion? Any further discussion? Councillor Lohberger.
Stand up quickly. I've just got a question. If we accept this and it is actually implemented, would it cause a problem if local government reform then imposed something over the top of it that superseded it? Would that cause an issue, perhaps CEO, through you, Lord Mayor?
Through you, Lord Mayor, Councillor Lohberger, no, because it would be updated. So the Local Government Act would then update any policy that the council would need to review going forward. Thank you.
Look, it all feels a little bit rushed, but as it is just a report, I will be supporting the motion, and I would hope that the report that we get back does iron out some of the issues that have been brought up by the elected members during this debate. But yes, I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Further discussion? Okay, yeah, I'll just say that I also want to just reiterate that it is a report that we've been that's asking for. I presume the staff will include both some advice on what a register would look like, how it would be similar or not to other capital cities, and they would also, as part of it, advise us of any process that is happening with the state government. I just want to note that on the local government legislation review, that started in 2017, the last local government legislation review. There was consultation in 2018 and 19, and the Minister at the time, Mark Shelton, published a response to the review of legislation in April 2020, so more than 2.5 years ago, and nothing has happened. In fact, they've actually decided to create a new review, which is looking at the entire local government sector, but not at the legislation. It's more about the sort of the general structure of local government by local government board. So 5 years in the making, and there's been no legislative, review. That legislative review, a few bits have been picked from it, but it could be years before this is brought to us, and I think it is good practice. I think it is a show of leadership for the capital city to do what other capital cities have. To lead the local government sector is a really important thing that Hobart's always proudly done. And I just wanted to point out that Kingborough Council was the council that led the sector on the implementation of a caretaker policy, which then the minister held up and actually used it to write to other councils and said, we think you should do something similar. Now they will eventually, when they get around to doing local government reform, put a caretaker policy into state legislation, but they were very happy that lots of councils did it. There is a lot of concern in the community that we are different to most other states, that local government members don't declare their interests through a register. And I think, there is a view that it is best practice. It's best practice of governance, local, state, federal. It is something that every other capital city is doing, and I think we should lead the way, but we should also get a report, and all this is doing is so that ensuring that we've got the best advice before we take the next step. Thank you. Councillor Posselt, did you want to sum up?
Yes, please. Thank you, Lord Mayor. So, firstly, just to address a point made by Councillor Elliott that this may include immediate family members. My proposal does not. It only includes spouses, and that's for obvious reasons that it's relatively easy to put assets into a spouse's name. The comment that Alderman Zuko made about me trying to make a name for myself, I'm rather confused by, because having excellent governance that is accountable to ratepayers, to our voters, and transparent is not a name-making exercise. It's about good governance. And so I would also thank Alderman Bloomfield for her point, which was well put, that this is not a cut and paste, as the people who are opposing it have suggested. This has been thought out with, based in the federal parliament's register, which other states use wholly for their registers. It has been edited and abridged to suit local government needs, in my opinion. So it's not a rush job, and it's not a cut and paste. As Lord Mayor points out, every other capital city council has a public register of interests. Just because the state government here is behind the expectations of the public doesn't mean that we should, as a council, we should lead by the front foot and set the example for the state to follow where it needs to. And to address some of the other concerns raised about transparency versus precluding people standing for office. If you're not willing to be transparent with assets that you may own that may cloud your judgment, I don't think that you should stand. It's as simple as that. If you have reservations about not being transparent with your voters or the broader public, then you probably shouldn't be in civic office, because what are you hiding? And that's the question that I would ask. Yes, people have put forward the argument about the local government review. I don't think that's a particularly valid argument. I think that we should lead, and that the state should follow if they're not up to speed. But in the absence of that argument, I haven't heard any other particularly sound arguments other than potentially elected members not wanting to divulge what they own where. So the question is, those voting against this, what are you hiding? What are you hiding? Excuse me, Alderman Zuko.
Lord Mayor, I sincerely apologise. I sincerely apologise.
An elected member is interrupting another elected member.
I sincerely apologise.
I'd like you to rule on that, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'd like you to rule on that, Lord Mayor.
Apologise? Yes, that's what I've tried to do. I sincerely apologise for my outburst in making to Councillor Posselt in the manner that we didn't have transparency in closed workshops. I sincerely apologise.
Zuko, it's about being interrupted and distracted is what the apology should have been about.
I sincerely apologise for distracting Councillor Posselt, for distracting him in my pursuit for transparency. Thank you.
All right.
So I think just to finish off there, Alderman Zuko has clearly shown that he does not want a register of interest made publicly.
Lord Mayor, I have not said that.
Representation.
Point of order, Lord Mayor, I have not said that.
What is your point of order?
My point of order that I've been totally misrepresented. I haven't voted, and nor I think Councillor Pasalt has made a direct accusation towards me that I do not want to register, which is incorrect because I actually had a foreshadowed motion to pursue it.
I apologise for any misleading comments, and I'll amend my comment and say Alderman Zuko has made it clear in his debate that he does not want this conflict of interest register to be made publicly available.
That is incorrect, Lord Mayor. Point of order.
We'll run out of time.
Well, Lord Mayor, if we're going to get the comments like that, we can both play the game.
I think Alderman
Pasalt.
Pasalt has run out of time anyway, so
I'd like him to withdraw his thing. You rule on the point of order, Lord Mayor.
Well, the point of order was out of time, I'm afraid. Hocking was out of time.
Selective.
No, I'm not. I don't think it's selective.
It is, Lord Mayor.
Well, Alderman Zuko, under the meeting procedures, my ruling on points of order is final. They're not to be debated.
I'm not debating it. I just made a comment.
No, it's not a fair comment because you're trying to suggest that I'm not being a fair chair, and I take objection to that. So please, let's move on now to a vote on this matter, which is where we are now. So all those in favour of Councillor Posselt's motion for a report on this matter, say aye. Aye. Again, say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor, and the Lord Mayor.
Should I say anything?
Okay, all those against?
Alderman Zuko, Alderman Barakis, Councillor Elliott, and Councillor Kelly. It's carried, Lord Mayor, 8 votes to 4.
I move that we adjourn the meeting, Lord Mayor.
Now, we can second it for adjournment. Now, do people want to adjourn for dinner or do they just want to have a quick break?
Quick break, Lord Mayor.
For dinner.
I'm happy to have dinner.
Lord Mayor, if you're going to have dinner, I'm not going to adjourn for an hour.
No.
It's ridiculous.
No. So we'll have, if we're adjourning for dinner, we're adjourning for half an hour. So return at 8:10. So I'll put that, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. start our meeting. We'll move on now to another motion from Councillor Posselt on so again, just to remind everyone that if there's any, of course, you know, everyone wants to have their say on these motions, but maybe just try and say something that hasn't been said, or say it. You don't have to always use your entire 5 minutes, but we've got 2 more motions to go through, so we'll kick off with Councillor Posselt's motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This motion proposes the establishment of a register of elected members' communication. Oh, thank you, Councillor Sherlock. Elected members' communication with property developers specifically. And in the rationale, it goes on to talk about the City of Vincent being an exemplar model that we could implement here. This is, again, a transparency motion designed to ensure that we are held accountable as elected members to the public for our interactions with property developers. And I would note that we would not be the first council in the country to do this. There is a number of councils that have done this, and I would also note that New South Wales government have been so concerned about property developers' involvement in any level of government that they, in 2016, banned property developers from standing for council, and in March or May this year amended that legislation to remove people from office if they were, any civic office, if they were deemed a property developer under their definition. And I'll sum up at the end.
Okay, further discussion? Alderman Bloomfield.
I really wanted to make sure that the definition of property developer is very well understood, because when I looked at this from my point of view, a property developer could effectively be someone who has developed, is developing, could be developing, is developing in the future at some point, it's known. And for which point the conversations could also be talking about your children, or they could be talking about a development of historical note, or a development that's going to happen, or a development that is currently happening. So there are a lot of definitions that I have concern with, and I would like to ask my expectation, or my request I suppose, or thoughts are along the lines that the policy that this is going to establish will need to have a very firm set of definitions across all of those, because property developers could easily also, I think as it goes further in this particular element, talks about ownership of businesses and so forth, but it also should include people who represent businesses and represent as lobbyists, I suppose, in which case we already have a lobby register, but I particularly feel that this covers a lot of areas and we have so much grey that I really want to be very clear exactly what we're covering.
Further discussion? No further discussion?
Sorry, just a question.
Yep.
To Alderman Bloomfield. You mentioned we already have a lobbyist register. So I put up a motion, I think, I don't know when. Yeah. And what happened to that? Did we actually establish a lobbyist register, or you might be mistaken?
I read it in the Mercury, sorry.
Must be true then.
Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, I think you voted it all. I think they got voted down, didn't it?
May I assist Councillor Harvey? The actual motion that you put forward actually was deferred to the LGAT, and it went to the LGAT.
And then die.
Yeah, well then it was voted on the LGAT, and to look at that rather than just look at a specific council looking at it, it was part of being considered as a statewide under the review. Okay. So there you go, and that's where it's at.
Okay.
And the second part, okay, I'll just follow up. Where is it? Is that it's in the ether somewhere?
There is nothing at the moment.
Nothing, and that my motion just died a natural death.
No. The CEO might take that on notice.
Yeah, Bill.
You can join my motion. Discussion on Councillor Posselt's motion. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to... There is discussion. Alderman Barakis.
It's an issue that warrants discussion, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, just to just to kick off, I know that in the previous item there was, to and froing about whether or not it was the correct thing to do. But we did boil down to, look, if there are issues that people are concerned about, and there were, there's just, all the motion was doing was requesting a report. So if there are issues that come out of it, we can discuss them and we can go into them, or we can see what comes out of the report. This motion doesn't seek to do that. This motion, once again, has a date of the 1st of March 2023, but part 1 says that council agrees to establish a register of elected members' communication property developers. It's not a report. This is us endorsing policy tonight on the spot. I have some serious concerns about this. First of all is the singling out of one class of people. I note that Councillor Basol specifically stated that this is just for property developers. I'll just, and the idea being, and I appreciate the intent, but the idea being that we want to avoid certain individuals having an undue or improper influence on elected members during important debates. But I'll read this email that I think many of us who were in the previous council would have heard or would have received. Tuesday's public meeting was just another opportunity for residents to stand up for our beautiful low-rise heritage city. We've now had a petition with over 7,600 signatures and 3 packed public meetings, all supporting a low-rise city with more protections on heritage buildings, view lines and streetscapes. During the recent council election campaign, the following candidates stated that they would vote in favour of absolute maximum heights. It lists a number of candidates, I won't name them. Lord Mayor. It goes on, we broadcast the above list widely to our supporters, suggesting that they consider voting for candidates who supported caps on height ahead of the others. It is highly likely that Hobart not high-rises support help with their election, and remember, a promise is a promise. Lord Mayor, there are many different groups that seek to influence elected members during an election. There's property developers, there's registered lobbyists, and then there's interest groups, activist groups, anti-development groups, whatever we want to call them, and there's plenty of different ones, but they all seek to have some influence in the discussion and in decision making. To single out one particular group of people and to suggest that they should have and I know that isn't necessarily what the motion was suggesting, but there was a reference made to potential other policies, such as some areas that prohibit anyone who's a property developer from running, and I know some states prohibit anyone who's a property developer from being a member of a party or other things, is effectively discriminating against one class of people and saying they should have a lesser right to participate in the democratic process. We live in a city that's very well reputed to be one of those places where everybody knows everybody. So just about half of the people you see on the street, you bump into, you go to a function with, that come up and talk to you, 1 out of 4 is going to be a property developer of some sort. So I don't know if there's an expectation that we're going to carry around a notepad with us to record the time and of any discussion that we have, and then pass that information to council staff, who are then going to have the administrative cost of administering that. The administrative burden on this is going to be quite large, and this was debated to some extent when Councillor Harvey had a similar motion in 2020. The real issue here, though, under the Local Government Act, I don't think, and I'm happy to be corrected by anybody, the council doesn't have the power or the authority to actually enforce any of this. It's a policy, but if somebody acted within the requirements of the Local Government Act, declared any relevant pecuniary interests or conflicts of interests, as people do, but chose not to participate in this, regardless of whether it was adopted as policy, there's no power for the council to subpoena or any such thing. I'll ask for another minute if I can, Lord Mayor.
Yep. Moved by Councillor Sherlock, seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There's no ability to double check that an elected member is declaring, or has received contact that he hasn't declared. If one elected member receives contact from 10 property developers over the course of a month, then all those contacts are very mundane, and I'm calling about this development application, just wanting to know if there's any concerns, whatever have you. he declares, they can declare it if they choose to, right? And it'll all go on the register. But then if that property developer gets contacted by someone who says, oh look, if you help me out with this development, I'll give you $10,000 in a brown paper bag, that elected member might say, oh look, I might just not include that. Given that the policy has no power to enforce or to check that elected members are doing the right thing, it is entirely reliant on the honesty of elected members. If the mover of the motion and the council trusted in the honesty of the elected members around the table, the policy wouldn't be needed. So the fact is here, you have a motion that's a huge burden on, it's a huge invasion of privacy for not just elected members, but for members of the public. It's a huge administrative cost, but it's also one that's unenforceable. And it's not even a report. It's asking us to make a decision right here without considering any of the legal consequences or other consequences that are going to come out of this. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, can I just ask a couple of questions first, if I may, Lord Mayor? What if an elected member's family were property developers and the elected member wasn't a property developer? What would happen around the Christmas table? Oh, shit.
CEO?
It's a curly question, but it's a fact. Yeah, see, that's the whole thing. That's you know, as my esteemed colleague over there mentioned, you know, we sometimes don't think, and I don't want to pick on my colleague to my left. He is not a property developer, but most of his family are. So does that mean every time he sees one of his family members, he's got to report? I'm sorry, that's the reality of this. He has got to report to this council, I bumped into my uncle and I spoke to him. What did you speak to him about? Look, come on. Look, if we're going to do something, give some thought to what we're going to do. Again, this is elected members will report. I think this should have started with that a report be provided that gives consideration to X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Okay? Now, if that was the case, and I mean gives consideration to, I would actually support this. Furthermore, I would only support it on the basis that we also write to the Director of Local Government to ask how this could be enforced under the Local Government Act. So if those two components are put in here, I will support this fully. Because then our poor CEO has to come back and give me an answer on how certain elected members can sit at the Christmas table with their property developer family. Because that's how silly this is. I want to give you a little story that happened to me at Salamanca on the 50th anniversary of Lord Mayor after we left the festivities.
This is a declaration.
No, that's not a declaration yet. Some people, one of my best mates for 57 years, sends me a text and some people who are visiting from Beechworth, can you just show them Hobart a little bit? So I met them at Salamanca, Lord Mayor. I'm sitting there and I wanted to go to a certain Italian restaurant in Hobart and I happened to know the restaurateur. So I rang the restaurateur, he didn't answer the phone. 30 seconds later, this restaurateur, this is Hobart, how small it is, how small Hobart is. This restaurateur passes at Retro. I go, hey, I just called you didn't answer the phone. He said, I haven't got my phone, I'm walking the dog. I said, fine. Funny, surprisingly, he's with a friend of his who's a developer. I said, hello, how are you? Okay, so that means I've got to register a hello, how are you to a property developer. Because this is how ridiculous this whole thing is. Hobart is a very, very small place. Now, I don't mind if we, as I said, if we don't go down the track of giving some good thought to this. So if the mover of the motion is prepared to move that a report come back, that it is in consultation with the Director of Local Government, insofar as how this can be implemented to fall within the Local Government Act to have some impact, I'll support it. But it's up to the mover of the motion. If not, I can't support the way it is because it's saying that we implement it immediately without a report, and my other esteemed colleague over to my left there says it's only a report. This is not only a report. Not only a report, it's calling for us to act immediately. And again, I say this, what we need to ensure if we're going to put things in place is that they are enforceable. The Local Government Act, the way it's written at the moment, this is not enforceable. So if by chance I'm sitting at Salamanca again and I ring someone else and I bump into a developer and I say hello to them and I don't report it, and someone decides to write to the local government office, then the director will just say, bad luck, it's not enforceable. So please, we need a report and we need to get some answers from the local government office.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, I do support the point that has been made, and I would move an amendment that a report be submitted by staff taking into consideration the following. So that's the amendment I want to make to this particular motion if the...
I can see whether Councillor Posselt wants to incorporate that in.
Can I just move that amendment motion be put? Rather than,
you want to... Okay.
Yeah, but without debate.
Seconded by Councillor Lohberger.
So that's a question, Lord Mayor. Is it an amendment? Is it going to be in writing or I am the only one that has to put it in writing?
Your amendments are several sentences long.
Well, can I get it clarified what the amendment is for?
It's that a report be provided that gives consideration to. So I don't think that needs to be written out because that's quite easy to grasp.
But it's not the other as well, not the Director of Local Government?
No, I haven't included that.
Okay,
so that part. I have a question for you. Yeah, sorry.
So your amendment is just those words? Yeah, okay, sure. Go ahead, Councillor Dutta, if you want to speak to your amendment.
I'm speaking to that amendment simply because I see that there are a number of points mentioned there that needs to be taken into context when we are arguing these things. And if we don't think it through and debate it properly, which we really are not doing, because we could rip this apart into a number of ways. It has already been done. But of course, I will leave it at that. That's my amendment I'm speaking to.
All right. Now, just in the interests of clarity, I'm just... did you want to speak on the amendment?
No, not
Kelly?
an amendment.
Because I'm just going to do the amendment first so we can get that done. So all those in favour of Councillor Dutta's amendment that a report be provided that gives consideration to, say aye. Aye. Against, say no. That's carried unanimously. Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Can I ask a question through you, Lord Mayor, to the proponent of this? I own property, I rent it out. Am I a property developer? If I'm not actually building it or adding on or extending or whatever, does that then classify me as a property developer without having to look at your phone? No, come on, this is legislation on the fly here. No, can you answer it?
Excuse me, I can look at my phone, all right? I've got notes on this. If you wanted a detailed response, then I'll look at my phone. So I don't believe so, but the detailed definitions used by other jurisdictions include quite lengthy explanations that are well established about what constitutes a property developer. But largely, it's a corporation engaged in business that regularly involves in making relevant planning applications by or on behalf of the corporation in connection with residential or commercial development of land with the ultimate purpose of sale or lease of that land for profit, or a close associate of a corporation.
So you have to develop it to be able to lease it? Like if I buy a warehouse tomorrow that I just lease out to someone, am I a developer? Because I'm not trying to be smart here.
That would be a landlord if you didn't develop it.
Yeah, so I'm not a developer.
That's not my interpretation of what I just read, but this would form part of it.
How can we possibly vote?
Excuse me, this is
questions and answer. But now, Councillor Kelly, I think if you make your statement based on what you know, I think Councillor Posselt's given you some information.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Actually, he hasn't. I'm now more confused. I think, it's a new low bar being set tonight. This is high school material here. There's no definition. It's inconsistent with the proponent's previous motion. There's no report being requested. I thought long and hard about standing for council. It just happens to be that I'm into property, and had I known this been on the agenda, I would not have stood. It's as simple as that. So all of a sudden here, I've got a 4-year term in front of me, and it's the whole landscape and the whole ethos of while I'm here seems to be altered radically in one swift proposal here. I thought too we'd all agreed and we had a nice new structural process where if you had an idea, you discuss it with people, you go to the offices, we then workshop it, and then we come to a full meeting like this where time is so precious, as we're seeing tonight. How many times have you told us we've got to keep moving because we're getting these sort of motions fronting up here that we're going on with? It's just so fundamentally flawed. We don't know the answers. We've got to ask questions. It's just taking so much time, so much money. So it's very disappointing to see something like this. As I mentioned, I would not have stood if I'd known this had been the case. Fair enough, if it's going to be implemented a few months before, everyone knows what the landscape is. And it's going to discriminate against a certain section of the community. We need experience from property people in here. It's a big part of our job is planning and building approvals. And if we got community who have no real idea of all that, and it's fine to have a blend, we are going to be a much less experienced chamber and give a lot worse decisions than those having a blend of people there with it. So I've just got to say that I don't support this, and I'd encourage everyone else to at least adopt the policies that we spent a whole week deciding, and I thought we'd all signed off and agreed, and at least have a report on this. Thank you.
So just for clarification, Councillor Kelly, the motion does now definitely include the report.
Yeah, okay, that's good, that is the case, but in the future I'd just like to save us all this time, effort and emotion could be avoided from that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I did just want to point that out just as a matter of clarification. We did just previously unanimously all vote to have a report. And I think something else that's really important, Councillor Kelly, just with regards to your issue about this being policy on the fly, I think you'll notice there in the administration response, and I'll just read it to you for everybody's interest. As part of the policy consideration would need to be given as to how to define and categorise who would be a property developer and what type of contact ought to be captured through the register. I think these two things are really important points, because as I sat here and listened to the plethora of issues around this particular motion, the administrative response takes care of that. It advises us that because this is potentially considered the adoption of a policy, we're going to need to define something, and we're going to property developer, and also what type of contact needs to be captured through that register. And I think these are really important points to make, because we can nitpick about this particular motion, and that's, everybody's entitled to have their opinion about motions, and that's really great, and that's one of the beauties about the 12 of us sitting around here and discussing ideas and various different perspectives being different. But we need to be mindful of the fact that we have had that response as well. And just finally, before I do sit down, Alderman Baracus actually noted how this doesn't actually have the power or authority to be enforced. And I think, yeah, absolutely, that's most certainly correct. But do we not support a motion just because it cannot be enforced? Do we not support a motion just because we're actually trying to do the right thing by the ratepayers, by the people who have actually voted us in here? I'm pretty sure that many of us had several conversations when we've been door knocking about just elected members having to be accountable for various different things that they're involved in, and being a developer is one of those things. So I think it's a really poor argument to say, well, look, we shouldn't really support this motion because it can't be enforced. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutta.
Just have a question through you, Chair, to the CEO. Do we have policies that is not related to the Act?
CEO.
That's correct. There are a number. I'd not be able to list them here this evening, though. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No, that's the point. I was simply wanting to clarify. There are a number of policies, and we know that. We go and park our car there is a policy. Underneath, we do other things. So there are a number of policies that we have. It is not directly related to the Act, but we can still have a policy. That's point number one. Point number two is this, that when we're talking about this, as Councillor Shale has already brought it out, which I was going to bring out, that this is why I said, let's get a report. The definitions, the parameters, and all those issues will be ironed out before it comes to us for a much more detailed debate. And point number three, what I find quite hilarious is that I have a developer and I'm having dinner with him during Christmas. It is a different context altogether. You know, it is a different context altogether. I'm having dinner. It is not a context where I'm discussing development. So for me, anything that we say or do needs to be put in the context. And that is quite important for me. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Just a question quickly, just wanting to clarify something. I'm happy for it to be directed at Councillor Dutta or Councillor Basalt, but in the relation to the issue of context, where in the motion does it actually specify that the contact is related to context regarding a development? So it doesn't seem to be.
Councillor Posselt, probably.
It's explained in the it's explained in the administration's response.
Not the motion.
Can I just ask a question? So in the administration's response, given we're now debating a report, these issues would be identified and clarified through council officer reports. Is that correct?
Yes, I think
and actually, I actually thank Councillor Basalt for that, because I think this is another curly question I'm going to ask through you to the CEO in the consideration to the report on the officer advice. What if the developer is a charitable organisation? Would that be considered as part of the report?
Through you, Lord Mayor, I think it is a good question, but one that needs to be fleshed out in the officer advice in the response report. These are things that we'd need to work through.
I can't debate, but if can I give a personal explanation?
No.
Well, I only want to. There's a reason behind that question.
I know, but I think if we're having a report, then there'll be another opportunity.
Well, at least I've highlighted that one.
Okay. Further discussion, Councillor Lohberger.
I just want to rise to thank Councillor Dutta for adding the report to this motion. There are some things that need to be nutted out, and just as an example, I used to work for a charity where I took donations on behalf of the charity from people who are clearly developers, but from other people who might have been developers, I don't know. There's all sorts of odd situations, and it does need a lot of clarity around who is a developer and what sort of contacts we want in there. So I look forward to the report. And thank you, Councillor Dutta, for adding that. Having added that, I will be voting for this.
Hey, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So yes, I'm very pleased also to see it turned into a report, because I have major concerns with policy on the fly like this, especially lacking the definitions. I also agreed with, I can't remember who brought it up, sorry, but around also a definition for contact being very important, because on something as sensitive as this, we have to make sure that we map everything out so there's no room for subjectivity and error and assumptions which can accidentally get people in trouble. I also think it's really important from a practicality point of view that we make sure that it's considered, and of course the council officers will do that. I note that it's very one-sided, and also agree with Councillor Alderman Barakis' statement around you can be equally as lobbied and pressured and influenced by people that might happen to be inherently anti-development or development specific. I also think, just like the Register's interest, that this would benefit from a statewide approach. There is one thing I agreed here with Councillor Posselt's motion in the rationale, where it says that when meetings with property developers and elected members occur behind closed doors, there's a real risk of real or perceived corruption. And I agree with that, and I think we've seen that in recent times, so that's something to be aware of. And Like the previous motion from Councillor Purcell, I agree with the concept. It needs to be smartly and carefully executed in terms of the policy, otherwise we can end up with a real dog's breakfast.
Okay, Councillor Purcell, would you like to sum up?
Certainly. Thank you, Lord Mayor. So again, this group has been listed by various large jurisdictions, and we've seen significant problems with property developers in other jurisdictions associated with corruption in government. That there is sound evidence for that. Lobby groups are difficult to manage, they're difficult to define, but more importantly, community organisations are a different matter. The key thing prescribed in the definition that I cited to Councillor Kelly earlier is that these are being developed for profit. Now that is something that's used in the definition that New South Wales used, and we may use something else, but that would also go to Alderman Zuko's concerns about charitable organisations, that they would not be included if we picked up New South Wales definition. This is about people who are making money in our city and trying to curry favour to sway votes. That's what this is about. Okay, and so while there may be no power or big stick, if you will, to enforce this type of policy, should 10 or 11 elected members choose to disclose their meetings and 2 or 3 not, the public can hold you accountable for not disclosing. And they can ask themselves, why has this councillor or alderman chosen not to disclose their meetings with property developers? So it's about being accountable to the public. It's more than just honesty. It's about allowing them to pass judgment on us with all of the information they have available to them. The other thing I'd note is that there's been a lot of frivolity and joking about how small Hobart is and how we all must know 1 in 4 people must be property developers. We all must know a property developer. And I would say to you that that is the main reason that this needs to be developed. If Hobart is that small that your brother is a property developer and people don't know it, or that you have a close relationship with a property developer and you see them every other week and discuss their developments as a councillor, the public should know. This is about transparency, it's about accountability, and in smaller towns, the risk of corruption is even higher than in big cities. So I would urge you all to vote for the report to be written and to follow up with that with a positive vote when the report returns to us. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy Lord Mayor and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Alderman Barakis, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Kelly. It's carried, Lord Mayor, 8 votes to 4.
Moving on now to Councillor Dutta's motion on... Oh, sorry, Councillor Bloomfield's motion.
No, it's Councillor Dutta.
Joint motion. Thank you, Chair. Due to time constraints, I move that motion as it is on the books.
Second.
It's seconded by Councillor Alderman Bloomfield, sorry. Discussion? Any discussion? Alderman Zuko?
Lord Mayor, in regards to the motion, could the CEO please advise when the new portfolios were introduced to the new council, please? The date?
Through you, Lord Mayor, they were introduced or sort of socialised early as part of the induction program, more formally discussed in the last term of council, albeit loosely, in terms of governance models going forward.
So the question was,
I made it clear in the induction program, which was in November, the first
after
week
the election.
of the induction program, that's correct.
After the election. Okay, thank you. Another question, if I may, to a person who could possibly answer this. It's in regards to the rationale, and it's probably one of the movers. Could the movers who put the rationale forward please advise in regards to the statement that during the HCC election campaign, Alderman Zuko made the supportive reference to the portfolio model. It's got there a statement that I made. Could the movers of the motion please let me know the date in which that statement was made.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you for the question. With regards to the advice, I refuse to advise, but I will give the information. And the dates that is asked was in the newspaper.
Yep.
This is where I got it from. The date is 24th of June. This is mentioned.
24th of June 2022?
Not 2018, but 2022.
Before the election.
Is this your photograph?
For the election? Okay. Now, under section 16 of the meeting procedure, I think it's 16 of the meeting procedure, it states, sorry, I'll get to 16, this is a question. It states in regards to notices of motion, and it states in point 6, this is getting to the question, the General Manager, after consultation with the relevant chairperson, may refuse or accept the written note if it is considered defamatory. Can someone confirm that that's correct as part of the Local Government Act?
That is correct.
That is correct. Okay. So now I'll start my debate. The rationale there says reference to the portfolio model. The portfolio model didn't occur until after the election. I was referring to in June to a portfolio model. And in my correspondence to the local government director, I referred to it as to do with a Lord Mayor's protocol that was developed. And I was merely stating that, and I stated this in correspondence, which I've got here, and the local director has got a copy of it, merely stating that the committee structure remain as in place, and that the person that's nominated as chair in this document is changed to portfolio spokesperson. So it could be considered very serious that the reference made in the rationale is defamatory. Quite obviously it wasn't checked because I didn't make reference to the portfolio model that has been put forward to this council. I made reference to a portfolio model. Furthermore, and I won't mention the person's name, during the time that this was happening, I received an email from a elected member who wrote this. I have been attempting to trial a what-if scenario to see what in council with these proposed changes. What happens when a bad idea comes through? Is it introduced at portfolio meetings? There are no votes, and frankly, whoever chairs the meeting reports, it appears that can only report the way they like, with no motions, with no control points to dictate what their reports will in fact say. So now the crazy idea is reported as part of a portfolio report in council. CEO declares no motions are needed at council meetings, and now we only have a council meeting once a month. So meanwhile, this crazy idea has reached not just the council meeting, but also online viewers and newspapers. It may not be remotely acceptable or representative. The general position is that changes will occur in council for most things without even hitting portfolios, let alone getting a vote on full council. Who decides that? There is discontent between workshops. There is disconnect between workshops and portfolios. For one, I have yet to see the logic between them. I need to know how data and decisions flow through the logical manner. Portfolio meetings will contain 5 non-elected members and will participate. Who, in capital letters, chooses them? Does the chair get a say in who chooses them? The water appears terribly muddy, to be honest. That is an email I received, and do you know what my response was? It's noted. I would like to exchange to the two proponents that moved this motion reports. One is the Huon Report 215. One is the Geelong Commission of Inquiry 216. One is currently under review in August. It started in August for the New Zealand Inquiry into Local Government. 8 councils are under review. The Glenorchy City Council had a portfolio model that is now defunct. The Yarra Council is complaining about the way workshops are being held, public knowledge, and the list goes on. So when I talked about portfolio models, and when I talked about this in council, I wasn't just referring to the Zuko process of local council. I was referring to detailed reports of boards of inquiries into the failed workshop models and portfolio models that I believe were introduced, different to the ones I was referring to, in which I wrote to the Director of Local Government, which referred to this. This statement in here is potentially defamatory because I wasn't referring to the portfolio model, but yet my name is mentioned here, giving the indication that I had supported that model, and this here is a direct attempt to undermine me as an elected member. And I want to bring forward something that I didn't know until the other day when...
30 seconds.
May I have an extension of 3 minutes, Lord Mayor, because my name's mentioned here and I've got to clear this.
That was moved by Alderman Baraka, seconded by Councillor Dutta.
There was an Act of Parliament 1321. It was called the Attainted Act, where a person was actually, and this motion gives me the inkling of this type of legislation. And this act refers to people who were declared attained, meaning their civil rights were nullified. That Act of Parliament is actually still within the Australian Constitution, but it's also, Lord Mayor, against the High Court ruling of Australia, which stated that it should not be used. This form of motion, which has no specific, and it's in the rationale, the administrative response, and it seeks no action. It seeks no action at all whatsoever. Not a report, not to say Alderman Zuko misled anybody. It seeks no action. This is nothing but a statement, and it's very much in line with this, which is technically a breach of the Constitution. I honestly believe that this motion is simply an attempt to try and discredit me in the reasons why I don't support the current structure. But when the current structure falls on the findings in section 42 of the Huon Report, and it says workshops are not a practical way for councils to contribute to their expertise in portfolio area is not where it is not allocated to them. But I have that email, and surprisingly, the email is from one of the movers of this motion, Louise Bloomfield. Now, I'm going to just say this to everybody in this chamber. I'm considering my legal rights because that is defamatory. Now what I'm going to do is sit in the back and watch how you debate, because now I'm not going to be an elected member voting on this absolute farce. I'll sit at the back and listen to what you debate, because I'm not going to partake in it, and I can do this legally and sit in the chamber. So have your debate.
Alderman Zuko.
I cannot be pushed out of here. Sorry.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking you to consider the way that you're behaving.
Why I'm behaving?
Yes, because it's quite disruptive and quite. I think people find it quite disturbing. I mean, it's one thing to disagree, but it's another thing to threaten legal action And to
that,
sort of
that type of motion is disturbing when it has no action and it was directed towards me. And look, I've got my rights. I'm entitled to city.
or Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So I'm not sure of process, but can I ask a question through you, Lord Mayor, to Councillor Dutta? What are you trying to achieve through this motion?
Through you, Chair. If you read this recommendation and the motion, and if you read at the bottom, it simply says very clearly, all what this is doing is simply noting an action that has already occurred. Noting an action that has already occurred. Thank you.
We could note a lot of actions that have already occurred. I guess I was reading through this motion and I was waiting for the point to kick in and it never came. What did come though was my take that it's really quite a sad and unhealthy and pathetic motion that seeks to not only undermine Alderman Zuko in misrepresenting him, because if Alderman Zuko was sitting at the table, I'd ask him if the portfolio model that we implemented is the portfolio model he was talking about. And my understanding is that it would be no. But I also find it highly offensive, given that I have also been one of the elected members who voted against part of the governance framework and have spoken publicly about my concerns with the model, and I do feel targeted, and it feels really unhealthy, especially coming from councillors who often preach an end to toxic politics, to have something like this put on the table, which is clearly a passive-aggressive targeted attack, I feel. People have the right to disagree, and I think that that's reasonable and fair for them to do so constructively and healthily, and I don't think that motions like this are at all healthy for our culture here. I've also had recently an elected member's partner bring up public questions and holding up newspaper articles at our annual general meeting. And I've had no one come to me to talk to me about any concerns they have. Instead, I have public questions at annual general meetings and fellow councillors putting up highly targeted motions at council. So I think it's really unhealthy, and how about practising what we preach in terms of a toxic culture?
Further discussion, Alderman Bloomfield.
Quite surprising, isn't it, really? The email that I had emailed Alderman Zuko was a private email, which is now apparently public to the whole of Hobart. It was me, in fact, trying to work through logic of a new governance model that I had, in fact, entrusted him to ask his professional opinion, because I actually thought that we had a relationship where one could ask another alderman who was far more experienced than I how this works. But instead I am ridiculed, and I have my private email now put forward. So if anyone should be rather angry, it should really be me, don't you think? But ultimately, I seconded this motion. I didn't put it forward. I seconded this motion because I did actually feel that we were simply solidifying actual events. It's unfortunate that the article that I think most of us had in fact read had all in fact made the assumption that the article did in fact mean the same thing as the current governance model. If it's a mistake, say la vie, it's a mistake. But it certainly, I don't believe for one iota, was any deliberate defamatory attempt. But that's my personal opinion. What is factual right now is that my private emails are now public. My private question to what I honestly looked up to, Alderman, for his personal views on this new governance model have been ridiculed, and I feel that I frankly deserve an apology for this. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Lord Mayor,
sorry, I think Councillor Kelly might have been up first.
Look, I joined this chamber, or signed up for the job for positive action, and I challenge anyone who would read this administration response to the notice of motion I challenge any normal, sane person. They just shake their head in disbelief at what's going on in this chamber tonight. And it says, the content of this motion does not propose any positive action occur. Notes the actions that have already been taken by the council, full stop. And that sums it up. This, I think, just when I thought the last motion was up, was reached a new low bar. Congratulations, we've topped it. You know, if we're going to have these sort of motions about every other motion that's going to be on, I mean, it's just going to be this self-perpetuating chamber of jokes, and I'm sad to be part of it tonight, so that's what I'm going to say in this one.
Further discussion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think Councillor Kelly hit the nail on the head there. And if an elected member if I put up a motion to council, and the response from council staff was, "This motion does not propose any positive action occur," I'd withdraw the motion. We all got elected because not just did we make promises during the election, but we got elected, I assume, with the ambition of actually achieving some goals for the people of Hobart and taking some action and making Hobart a better place. This is, I've never, granted I haven't been on council for the 30 years that Alderman Zuko has, but I've never seen a motion that's sole purpose for existing is to note a decision that we made in the previous council meeting. The only time I've ever seen council noting a previous decision is, you know, council notes a decision that it made in the past, and in line with that decision takes this further action, etc., etc., etc. We've done it with housing motions, we've done it with all sorts of motions. This is a motion that's literally just patting itself on the back for a decision that we made in the immediately previous meeting. We're not talking about a historical decision, we're talking about 2 weeks ago. So you read the whole motion and you can't help but wonder, like we acknowledge that elected members voted 11-1 in favour of trialling a new governance model. We don't have to. We have the minutes. We endorsed the minutes in the beginning of this meeting. Like that, this motion doesn't achieve anything. Not only does the motion not achieve anything, the motion doesn't seek to achieve anything. So you read this and you got to wonder, what's the motion trying to accomplish? You scroll through and you read through the rationale and you realise what the motion is trying to accomplish. It can only be interpreted as a personal singling out of an elected member. So I can appreciate why that elected members responded with some emotion, because I think anybody would if they were singled out in such a way. I've never seen anything like it. It's quite frankly appalling. And I would have expected that if we're moving motions in this council, if we're debating issues in this council, we're debating issues that actually work to improve the city, work to improve how we go about things, and tries to accomplish something. But instead, we've got a council here, and it was only the first council meeting and even the more recent council meeting, talking about how we want to have a new style of doing things. We don't want to have these pissy political gamesmanships. We want to work together where we can and try and collaborate with each other and try and work to get the best result for the city. We don't want any more of these silly political games. This is the first council meeting that we're debating actual issues. The last council meeting was just setting up portfolios, setting up the system of council, putting people into which portfolios are going to. This is the first meeting that we're debating actual issues. And one of the first motions that this council is debating, after promising to do better and promising to be less divisive, the same people that are talking about promising to be less divisive are the ones moving one of the most personally divisive motions I've ever seen in this council. You should all vote against it because it achieves nothing. You should vote against it because it doesn't even aim to achieve anything, and because it goes against the entire principle of what everybody said in this chamber 2 meetings ago. So I'd urge everybody to vote against it, and hopefully we can do better next year when we come back from Christmas break, because quite frankly, this is appalling.
Councillor Harvey.
Yes, Lord Mayor, I think there's some lessons learnt tonight, and the first one I'd like to suggest is that we stop bringing notices of motion to council unless they're really thought through well. I don't want to be part of this every month where we've got endless notices of motion that take up valuable time, and we haven't got to the substantial motions from the officers yet. So I'd really urge everyone just to avoid notices of motion and governance by notice of motion, as I think I heard someone say recently that it's a sign of not quite a not a really well-functioning council. So I think we just need to be careful that we don't do governance by notice of motions. Let it rest, take it through other means, talk to people, do it in other ways, and let's try and avoid these sort of debates for the next, 4 years or so, because we can do things better. I'm hoping we can be a lot more collegial than having these sort of debates.
Yeah.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Any further discussion?
Look, just very briefly, just on the debate and the way the debate has been carried tonight, I agree there are some issues with the motion, and putting motions forward that have no real substance to them is not particularly helpful. However, I don't think that chucking legal threats around in the chamber is particularly fair game, and I also don't think that tone. I think the tone is important as well. We can have robust debate without aggressive debate, especially when people are named and private emails are leaked to the public without the consent of both parties. I just think that we can conduct ourselves, and I appreciate Alderman Barakis's perspective in that he argued many of the points that we've heard, and he did so in a professional and collegial manner, and I commend him for the way that he's put his points forward. However, I don't think that we should be encouraging behaviour where 2 elected members have chosen to leave the table because they disagree with the motion. We can have a civil debate about these issues, and I think that that's the best way forward, and I do think that we should be a little careful with the motions that are put up. Thank you.
Sherlock.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to, I suppose, reiterate what Councillor Posselt has said, and also what Councillor Alderman Barakis has said. I think if we want to see ourselves as people who are not participating in toxic behaviour, we might want to sit at the table and show that we're sitting at the table and we're acting like adults who are not participating in toxic culture, and actually sitting here together to try and resolve it. Because those are not the actions of people coming together. And it's a real shame, because you can't say something and then do something directly in contradiction to it. And so I think it's really important, if we want to make these kinds of claims, we also show that through action. The motion itself, I understand the reasons why it has been put up, and I think the portfolio framework and model that we're trying to work towards seems very positive to me, I think there's various different things that I heard in my almost 2 hours sitting in that room tonight for 2 motions, all by myself in that room, and things that were actually being said around this table about motions that were superfluous and have no meaning and does no action. I mean, come on. We can't really, throw a stone and go, but it's not really at me. Yeah, that's really all I have to say, Lord Mayor. Thanks.
Further discussion? Okay, I might just say a few words. Look,
excuse me.
Yes.
Do you have a right to reply, or do you want to?
Yeah, you do, after I've spoken, yeah. So you have 3 minutes, Councillor Dutta, to wrap up. So look, I hadn't really looked closely at the rationale, and it's really, I'm focused much more on the motion. And I think what I interpret the motion is trying to do is for the elected members who felt that they were voiceless during a debate that was carried out in the paper and in the media about how their decision was the wrong one, that they were potentially being creating a less transparent council, a less democratic council, all of those elected members that had to sort of watch those various newspaper articles and media articles be published, but felt it wasn't a professional approach on the council to debate in the media. So I think a lot of the people around the table were very restrained in their response to a media campaign that was waged by a couple of people that didn't support a motion, and a lot of elected members chose not to actually have a debate in public about the choices that they made. And what I read here is a motion to basically respond to all of that public campaigning in an appropriate way, actually, not in an appalling way. I don't think it's appalling at all. I think it's quite professional to reiterate the support for the decision that this group made, to say it isn't undemocratic, it's not transparent, it's not untransparent, which I guess all of this could have been played out with, you know, Councillor Dutta or Councillor Kelly or Councillor Loberg or Councillor Posselt jumping in and throwing in their 2 cents worth in the Mercury, and we could have had, you know, a debate that went on for months about this matter. But I think there was a very professional choice made by those elected members to instead discuss their views about the decision they made in the chamber. And I think the points at the end is probably just asking all elected members to consider how they do communicate on council decisions. So I think there is a point here. It might be subtle, and it is a subtle thing, but it is probably trying to say that elected members do try and respect a decision of the council. So even if you are, if you vote against it and you have concerns about it, that you use respectful language when you talk about a council decision. So I think, you know, as far as the actual motion goes, I think it's a very quite restrained sort of motion that I can understand where it's come from. And the rationale clearly shows that that all of that public campaigning did cause some concern to people, and I don't think Alderman Zuko's concerns about defamation are quite. I think that's a little bit exaggerated from my perspective. I'm not a lawyer, of course. I remember hearing about the portfolio model. Us talking about it over a number of months myself, with a range of people talking about it. But I think that's a side issue, really. I just wanted to say that I think some of the language that's describing this has been actually a bit overwrought, and I do like the idea of us not having too many notices of motion, because it is number 4, which is probably too many. But as far as this motion goes, I don't have any particular concerns, and I support the motion as it stands. Councillor Dutta, did you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I did not speak to the motion when I introduced it, and therefore I didn't realise it was going to go on for this long. However, in the context of the facts and the points made, I need to draw attention to the number of facts. Let me state firstly that this must be seen in the context. Now, when you see this motion in the context, it is in the context of the rationale that I have built in here. And the rationale of this particular context are factual. And the facts are these. It says very clearly that when the CEO was interviewed, she clearly stated with regards to a vision to changing the governance. Furthermore, she then also mentioned in the meetings a number of times where and how it should be changed, and making reference to a portfolio. That was my memory of it. Hence, if you look at the factual sequence chronological facts, you will find this rationale is simply saying that. And then I go on to say, when you look at the facts in the context, here's Marty Zuko, alderman, who makes the statement. And I read, this is not me, it's a paper. Mr. Zuko said if elected as mayor, he would seek to introduce portfolios for every sitting council. I quote, this is in a quote in the quotation from Mr. Zuko, Alderman Zuko, sorry, and it says Mr. here. Portfolios for all elected members have never happened in the history of the Hobart City Council, as the role of the Lord Mayor should be about leadership and share the workload across all elected members without fear or favour, and ensure all elected members have their say based on council decisions, policies. Now, for me, this is very clear. It is not a semantics of thee and thou, a or thou. This is not about semantics. This is about a concept of portfolio. In the campaign, a candidate said, if I was to become the Lord Mayor, I would introduce portfolios. Hence, that statement was made. And then I go on again, factually look at it. We had an induction. In the induction, we talked about this, and majority, it is my understanding, supported this, those of us who were there. And then go down, the facts, in the context of the rationale. We then had our first council meeting. It was voted 1 to 11. Point number 1, in the context, this is the rationale. Point number 2 is this. Now, people have, unfortunately, made some emotive statements. I am mad. I should not preach because I can't practice. This is appalling. I hear that time and time and again. Please make the statements. I understand you are emotionally perturbed, you're disturbed. And sometimes what we need to watch is not let the emotions overall our cognitive domain.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Well, look, he's misrepresenting myself and saying that this is an emotion. I'm being emotional. That's not what this debate's been about.
Sorry, that's a difference of opinion, not a misrepresentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All what I'm saying here, Lord Mayor, is that people were emotive, they were emotionally upset. And I acknowledge that. And I'm saying that sometimes as elected members, we need to control that. That's all I'm saying. We don't have to take our bet and go away and say, no, I'm not going to enter this debate. That's point number 2. Point number 3, mentions have been made about defamation. Now, I have some understanding of defamation because of my training. And I entertain the notice if I will get anything in here.
Councillor Dutta.
All right. And there are quite a number of points people have mentioned here. The point basically is this. Once we have made the decision, we have gone out there and create a perception in the community that we are divided. And this is what we're trying to do. To put a record in place that we have made the decisions, let us now collectively support that decision. That is all it's saying. I'm not saying in any way that we're going to do this or do that. I'm recording an action that was taken place, and all what I'm asking and calling upon councillors and elected members, let's support the majority council decision and abide by it. Thank you.
So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
Aye.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Harvey and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Barakis and Councillor Kelly. That's carried, Lord Mayor. 7 votes to 2.
Okay, now moving on to item 15, updated governance and portfolio committee terms of reference. There's a recommendation from the CEO. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Sherlock, seconded by Councillor Harvey. Any discussion? No discussion. I'll put that. Oh, any discussion? Any discussion? Otherwise, I'll put the motion.
Yes, on the governance framework? Yes. In my opinion, this is one of the most critical documents we could draft as a council. This is the equivalent of our constitution, really, for if we were a board, which is in a lot of ways how we are operating, well, and do operate. I went through this document with a fine-tooth comb because I do understand how important it is, and I understand how it's going to govern what we do for the next 4 years. And I put together a comprehensive set of markups, and from everything from small things through to big questions that I felt were still unresolved in the document. I gave constructive feedback in terms of how I think the document could be made more user-friendly. I'd like to see things like a one-pager that shows visually how all the different parts of our governance framework work together, because I'm still seeing a lot of confusion and a lot of unanswered questions around how we're going to roll going forward. I think it would be really helpful to have it more clearly spelt out, all of the different pieces of the governance framework, what their purposes are, the delegations they have, who's responsible for different things in terms of the agendas and the frequency of the meetings and their memberships, because while it's largely woven through here, it isn't. I mean, documents like this I'm highly familiar with. I'm used to this sort of thing, but I don't think it is user-friendly in capturing what's complex information. I think it could use more work in that regard. I also think it's written from a mixed bag perspective. It partly looks back at what we have done, it partly talks about today, and it partly looks at the future. I think it would be benefit from being reworked from the perspective of, from today, this is how we roll. And I put forward this feedback to the CEO and copied in elected members today because I thought it would be relevant to a lot of different people. And a lot of different people did come back and thank me for the feedback I provided. And I was disappointed to hear the CEO's response that my feedback was noted. I would have thought that as an elected member and a document of such significance, feedback would be more than just noted and pushed on regardless, and they would actually have an opportunity to have some say in the document, because whilst I did attend the induction session, specifically on the Monday in particular, because the governance model was on the agenda, but it wasn't spoken about. We got to that item on the governance on the agenda and the discussion didn't happen. So I'm not comfortable with passing this document in its current format for multiple reasons. There's mistakes in it and there's big questions left unanswered, and I don't think it's a user-friendly document, and I think it's really disappointing that we haven't taken a more collaborative approach to actually developing this document as a council, given we as elected members own this document. We should be the people that decide what is in this document, and largely I don't think that's happened. So thank you.
Further discussion, Councillor Posselt.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think that Councillor Elliott is a little confused as to the role of a councillor. We're not involved in operational matters, and operational matters are quite broad-reaching in the sense that operational matters may be, determining that a particular curb needs certain treatment or that a particular lawn needs to be mown in a certain way. They are operational issues, but administration of the organisation is equally an operational issue that we defer to our operational staff. We pay highly experienced, highly trained, highly intelligent people as our executive leadership team and our CEO, and it shouldn't be our job to nitpick, to proofread and look for spell checks, typos, and argue about tense in a document. That is not the role of us, and if we as a council delve into that area, we will have council meetings that continue to run until midnight. So I will be supporting this because I have faith in the leadership team and their ability to administer the organisation.
Okay, if there's no further discussion.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, I think this, I'm really pleased to be able to stand and support this governance framework. I think it is something that will be beneficial to our council. And it's like anything, it's not a perfect model. So we can say that up front. It's probably going to admit that it's an imperfect model. We make changes and tweak it as we go. So I think that's incumbent on what we have here tonight in anything. We don't have the perfect model, but we are, as a council this evening, I hope, embracing this move to a more streamlined governance approach. I take on board what Councillor Elliott said about some of the grammatical and other mistakes, and I too like crisp documents as well. So, but I think that was answered in the reply email, and for anything further, it will be tidied up to reflect, you know, how we want to be perceived as an organisation. So I'm very excited about these portfolios. I think it's going to be really beneficial to our communities. I look forward to working with a core group of the community and people with expertise to bring my future Hobart portfolio forward, and together I think we'll be creating something really exciting for our community, and really pleased absolutely to be involved in this and to support it.
I think Alderman Bloomfield.
Given my private emails where I was testing the waters, trying to understand how this system worked, where I had in fact asked well-experienced other aldermen what they felt about it and how it would work. I did a lot of work on it, as we all have now heard. We have all now heard that I in fact was not massively in favour originally, because I was trying to understand how a crazy idea would either fail or be seen for what it was and not get to the end point. And here I am saying that it did actually meet my criteria, it did actually meet the tests, because I did ask the questions, which Alderman Zuko proved I did ask the questions. And I still find myself in favour of this governance model. Thank you.
Alderman Zuko.
I just want to know, if my eyesight sometimes is bad, does this say draft?
No.
This is a draft. Yeah. So if this is a draft, that means it's being brought to us to make comment on about any concerns we want to raise. Okay, so Councillor Elliott was actually correct in asking questions, because it was a draft. Furthermore...
Sorry, I think
what?
the CEO wanted to just...
Yes, it's fine.
Clarification.
Thank you. Sorry, Lord Mayor, but I just think for completeness, it's actually important for the sort of public record to be really clear about the intent of this tonight. So this was actually considered by council in some regard, in fact some extensive regard, at its previous meeting on the 21st of November. The material was then actually presented in draft, and that was circulated for comment as part of the agenda, as part of the recommendation of the new model, complete with portfolios. The only thing that hadn't been included at that time was in fact the draft terms of reference, and if you'll recall, I did actually have in that officer report that we'd bring that back in the new year. We actually expedited that work to ensure that elected members had the confidence to move forward with the portfolio model in a more expeditious way, acknowledging, of course, that we'd go out to public consultation post the school holiday period in the new year, when people had the opportunity to become familiar with the terms of reference and also indeed to talk about their interest in such committees. For the record, the resolution of the Council on the 21st of November actually delegated me to complete the document, and I've brought it back for completeness. Now, I acknowledge that there's probably still typos in it. Certainly we can fix those and make it a final document and reissue that copy to you. What I wasn't going to entertain at this point, given the previous council resolution, was that I was actually delegated with the strong mandate of the council to update the governance framework to actually reflect what you in fact adopted at the last council meeting. So that's what's before you tonight. In my correspondence back to Councillor Elliott that was received today, I did say thank you. It's helpful and it will be considered as part of the formal review. The formal review, which you've actually resolved to do 12 months into this new model, it is designed to be an agile way of working, and we will be reviewing it and amending things as we go. But certainly the document itself, to deal with such threshold issues as those that were raised by Councillor Elliott today, are best served being done as part of a 12-month review. So I think for completeness, thank you, Alderman Zuko. I thought that was appropriate to mention.
Thank you very much, CEO. Just so some people are aware, I understand that we can delegate to the CEO, and I understand we can delegate to, and the CEO can delegate, and the Lord Mayor can delegate. Anyone can delegate. It's a delegation. At the end of the day, if the council tonight wanted to make changes to these documents, as the policy makers, we can do so, even if there's a delegation that was done yesterday and the day before and the day before that. I understand the way delegations work. This here, to me, has come to me as a report, as a draft, which the CEO is quite correct, was going to come to us in February next year. It's been expedited. I wonder why it's been expedited. But when I read this report, it says draft. Now, to me, as the policy maker of this council, and each and every one of us are policy makers, if something comes to me here as a draft, it's a draft. Now, we've got to approve tonight these terms of reference, which are considered, to my point of view, in draft form. I assure you, if I'm buying a house tomorrow and I get a draft contract...
I'm really sorry, but we have to be really clear about what we're talking about here. I'm referring to the governance framework that was presented to the council at its meeting on the 21st of November. The terms of reference are indeed draft. I would welcome as many comments on those this evening as you would like. Thank you.
Well, Lord Mayor, if I can finish my debate, it'd be good. Right?
Yes,
okay.
Please, and Alderman Zuko, if you can just try and
the point I'm trying to make is that an elected member asks some questions on a draft. And I'm going to ask some questions on a draft. Right? And these are concerning things to me. I'm looking at the mobility portfolio, and it goes on to the composition of the portfolio, which is either going to be 6 or 8. So somewhere between 6 and 8 is going to be the number. Then it talks about how these people are going to be summons to be on this committee, and finally through a selection process be on there. So the question I have is, in the terms of reference, it talks about the chair, it talks about the sponsor, which is the director, so that's 2. And so if it's 6 to 8, does that mean it's 6 to 8 members of the public? Or are there other people? Because that's the way I've read the terms of reference. Now, can someone just answer the question? Is after you got the chair and the sponsor, is there any other officers on there, or would it mean there'd be another 6 people, members for the public?
So through you, Lord Mayor, the intent here is that the officers don't form part of the committee. Okay. So it's definitely members of the community and expert members. So, and again, just a reiteration, these are not decision-making forums.
I wasn't talking about that. I'm just going through the terms of reference. Insofar as the terms of reference, and it goes on to meeting quorum. A quorum is a simple majority, not including officers or elected members. So that means that the elected member is not considered as part of the quorum, which I find quite unusual. You've got the chair of the committee who is not part of the quorum of the meeting. So I find that absolutely extraordinary. And then it goes on to 15.10.2. If less than a quorum attends, the meeting may proceed. Let's hypothetically say we've got 8 there. If 3 people attend and the chair's not there, I'm not thinking, but it's not a decision made, but there's going to be 3 members of the public sitting there debating matters without the chair of the meeting there. Look, you know, I'm not here to nitpick, but I'm sorry. I find that type of terms of reference where we are the elected members, each and every person around this table is an elected member and is going to handball a portfolio committee meeting to members of the public. Please.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Sorry. You ain't got it right.
Councillor Sherlock.
Sorry, just a few questions. I won't comment right now, but just a few questions. If people did actually read this in depth, just with regards to the question, can you tell me what happens as per this document when a chair is absent? Through you.
The officer gets it.
Speaking through you, Lord Mayor, the intent is that we actually make the meetings around the availability of the chair. So in practice, in my experience, that's how we operationalise these things. Now, if indeed a chair, portfolio chair, happened to become ill that evening, I would speak to the chair and seek their indulgence as to whether they were wanting to postpone the meeting or indeed proceed with the meeting, in which case the director sponsor would chair the meeting on their behalf if the portfolio chair was agreeable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. So just to clarify, if a chair is absent, there is steps in place to address that. That's what I've just heard from you. Number two, this portfolio sponsor that's within this terms of reference, can you tell us what this portfolio sponsor is? Because I think that's really important. It goes to some of the points that Alderman Zuko has made. Could you just recap what they do?
So I will just say again, Lord Mayor, I don't want to enter into the debate because I can see we'll be here for some time. The reality is, and as outlined in the previous report, the intent is to operationalise these in such a way that there will be agendas prepared, briefing notes prepared, a work program for each of the portfolios will be considered by Council early next year, so there'll be a line of sight over what those portfolios are working on. So it's fully operationalised via our councillor support system and also our directors and their teams.
Thank you very much, CEO. And I will just say a few things while I'm upstanding. It's been noted earlier that we're moving into this idea of closed workshops. I'm not really sure if individuals who are part of the last council makeup came to a lot of workshops or not. I don't know, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But I certainly remember that there was a few workshops that were sensitive in nature, and I would not have wanted a large majority of the public coming to those workshops, because I guarantee you people would have cried if they came in from the community. You know why? Because there was racist comments, there was bigoted comments, there was discriminatory comments, people didn't even show up. There was a whole lot of stuff going on. Those workshops were our chance as elected members to look at the work that the council staff had done. They would come and they would tell us, this is what we're doing, what do you think about it? Here, let's openly discuss. And then we would go through to council and make the decision. This idea of this is a closed workshop kind of structure, that's rubbish. Workshops are intended to give us more information. Workshops are intended for us to actually sit there and have an open discussion with each other. Be it bigoted comments, be it racist ones, bring it. I feel sad for the community if they have to sit there and actually see what some elected members behave like in these workshops. It was appalling. It's not a closed workshop. This is our time. And I guarantee you, whatever workplace you go to, there are certain situations where groups are actually doing things within that particular department. And then it comes out and it's discussed somewhere else. This is not something new. It's not a harebrained idea. It's actually worked already, and we did it. It's not closed workshops. Decisions are not being made there. I want to read you something about the portfolio committees, and I think this is beautiful. And I really commend the work that the ELT have done. I commend you on your vision of trying to push this through. This is a beautiful thing, and let me read it to you. And being part of the last council, I guarantee you this is actually wonderful. And why is it wonderful? Because the premise of this is all about community. This is what I see. And let me sum it up for you in these 4 or 5 points that are here. The role of the portfolio committees is to provide local area lived experience knowledge to support council decision making regarding the portfolio area. Next, provide subject matter expertise to the portfolio committee. Next, advise council on how to best engage local communities regarding the portfolio area. Advise council on key local projects regarding the portfolio area identified as important by the local community. Organisations through the development of the capital city strategic plan. And finally, facilitate communication between council, local communities and organisations in relation to the Hobart Community Vision and Capital City Strategic Plan. The things that I've read in the paper about this particular portfolio setup, I don't believe that that article was really fostering not having a toxic environment. Actually, I think it was fostering the complete opposite of that. Individuals bringing up private emails in the chamber, yeah, look, I don't think that's supporting a lack of non-toxic environment either. Threatening people with legal action or...
Point of order, Lord Mayor. It's not relevant to this motion at all. The email in reference was brought up at the previous motion, and the supposed threats of legal action was brought up at the previous motion. It's got nothing to do with this motion.
Sorry, what was the particular point of order?
It's the councillor speakers raising issues that are irrelevant to the motion.
Sure. I won't withdraw it, but I consider
my ruling is that it's all about the discussion around the governance model, which both motions have been about. So I think it is relevant. But I ask Councillor Sherlock if you just can finish or continue your discussion. I think you've got about
10 seconds
left. No, you've got 2 minutes.
Oh, 2 minutes. Wow. I thought I raffled on for ages.
Same line.
And we did, didn't it? Use it all. I won't use it all. But yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for the hard work that you've done. I'm very, very grateful for what you're trying to do for the community, for the council itself and your vision and what's actually been outlined. Yeah, sure, things are going to have problems. Things always do. That's the nature of working in a working environment. You know, it is what it is. But the things that we have here and what it's actually trying to achieve for the greater good, for the community, and the purpose of this, to get more expert knowledge, to actually get that community coming into us and tell us what's going on out there on the ground. It's a beautiful thing. And I think we should be really grateful of that. Yes, it's going to have problems. Absolutely, everything does in life. But this is wonderful. So thank you very much, and I'll be supporting this.
Lord Mayor, may I ask a question through you to the appropriate person who can answer this, please?
Yes, you may.
Okay, section 23 of the point of order of meetings, 1A. Could someone please read what 1A is for me, please?
No, I mean, I don't think that you know the answer to that question.
Well, the answer is it's relevant
Zuko.
to the matter being discussed, not a previous motion, Lord Mayor. My point of order was relevant.
Subject, yeah. Okay.
Again, we're deciding. Yes.
For the second time tonight, I'm saying to you that I make the rulings on points of order, and the meeting procedures are very clear that that's not to be disputed. And I ask that you stop disputing my rulings on points of order. It is final, and it's not to be.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, you stated the previous motion. It's been that the motion's been discussed.
Alderman Zuko, under the meeting procedures, my ruling is final. Okay, so we are moving on now. Sorry, we've got a vote. Sorry,
yeah, I have a question through you, Chair.
Okay.
With regards to this, it was my understanding as well that as far as the governance framework is concerned, we have voted for it. So I don't see it as a draft. Point number 2, when it comes to the term of reference, I see that as a draft. So I hope my understanding of that is correct. And hence, I support the point made by Alderman Zuko with that regard. So that's why I said, yes, it is a draft. Now, in the draft, point number 1, summary, it says council portfolio committees, and it refers to section 24. And my question is this, that section 24 says special committees, a special committee consists of etc. etc. It's 1 and 2. So will it be more appropriate for us to say council special portfolio committee in the context of section 24? I'm just asking a question.
Yeah.
So through you, Lord Mayor, the advice is that it could be, that would be fine, and that's still consistent with the Act. It's a special committee, essentially advisory.
So it's...
The point of what I'm saying is that section 24 clearly says a special committee and it's not mentioned there, that's all. So I'm just saying that, you know, maybe to protect ourselves, that's the point I'm making there, but it's entirely up to the officers. The other observation I make as well is with regards to the quorum. If the meeting, for example, is not a decision making, then do we need a quorum? Because if it is not a decision making, you know, again, it's only a question I'm asking. The other question that I have is with regards to review. Why the whole term? Is it not possible to review it in 2 years' time instead of the whole term? And the other question I have is with regards to number of members on the committee. So we have 6 to 10, that's excluding the staff, as it were. Now, what was the rationale behind 6 to 10? You know, why 10, minimum 6 and maximum 10? Those are the questions I have. Thank you.
Theo?
So through you, Lord Mayor, so firstly, it's just based on getting the most community input, really. So, and that's essentially what the quorum's about. Whilst it's not a decision-making forum, I think we're wanting to start as we mean to finish in terms of these committees, and we don't want people to commit their time and energy and go through quite an extensive process to then, you know, not have people turn up at meetings and so on and so forth. That's why we've gone with a more sort of formalised terms of reference to really ensure that people that do actually make the commitment are contributing, you know, their thoughts, their ideas for council consideration in policy and strategy development as part of their portfolio. In terms of why we're recommending a 4-year term for portfolios is because by the time you get the portfolio committees up and running, you know, getting into the swing of things, you're really well into the first year of a council term. So the idea is that, you know, we're getting people to give up their time. We're wanting to, you know, provide sort of professional development and support them in that role. So it's really seen as something that then has continuity for the period of the council term. That's not to say, though, if there was a committee that felt that they, for whatever reason, needed to renew the membership, that it couldn't do that, but it would still be required to be reported to council for a resolution if it were to want to change or renew community membership. And it might be that one of the portfolios starts with 10 members, but for whatever reason reduces down to 8. You might want to then consider, you know, appointing new members. So it does have some flexibility to it, but we start out with quite a formal terms of reference to be clear about how we administer it from an operational perspective.
Thank you for the answers. Let me just make a few comments. You know, I am very pleased with this and for the hard work that the staff has done and produced these documents. So I'm very supportive of this. I'm very supportive of the model that we have and that we have adopted in our first council meeting. I just want to amend this by adding number 5 in the recommendation that we take note of the points made by elected councillors and rectify the same in the document.
So which points are you speaking
Number
about?
5. I'm just simply adding number 5, a new 5.
Which points are you referring to?
So if you look at the recommendation that the council, one is that the council approve the attached reference. Yeah. Number 2, number 3, number 4.
Oh, Councillor Dutta, in your amendment, can you, well, I'd probably ask for it in writing because it is
okay.
more than
I'll write it.
2 sentences.
Okay.
And you'd probably need to identify which elected member comments you're proposing be factored in. because there's been quite a lot of elected member comments, so. While Councillor Dutta's doing that,
Thank you.
Oh, here we are.
I'll read this
Yes.
and I'll pass it on. That the CEO note the relevant points made by the elected members and incorporate the same in the draft document. So just the relevant comments.
Consider incorporation.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Which comments though, Councillor Dutta?
Can you just take that on board?
I'm sorry, Lord Mayor. I think for completeness, again, we need to be really clear. So we do need feedback from elected members or council tonight about the things that you would specifically like us to amend, and then you'll need to put that essentially to a vote so that everyone is of the same view about what needs to happen in regards to the terms of reference. As pedantic as that sounds, Lord Mayor, I think that's the only way we can go forward to have council endorse a consistent set of terms of reference to guide the portfolio committees forward.
Can I just speak to the amendment, please, Lord Mayor? I personally don't think that amendment is necessary. Reason being that I think it detracts from what is trying to be achieved here tonight. And maybe it's already been considered, like those issues that Councillor Elliott and Councillor Burnett spoke about, just with regards to the typos and those various things. I'm assuming that's what Councillor Dutta is talking about. You're already going to consider them, and is that correct?
No. Through you, Lord Mayor, I think it's really clear. What we've done here is we've provided a set of draft terms of reference to you. So ideally, we would have had feedback ahead of tonight and indeed tonight to be able to make, I guess, push these to you for endorsement. So, Lord Mayor, what I'm suggesting is that we need to be quite specific about the changes that elected members want to see in these, so that we can actually have a motion put to resolve the terms of reference either as they are in draft or, in fact, as amended to, say, for instance, exclude, I don't know, to remove the need for a quorum, for instance. So we just need to be specific so we can actually resolve that way so you can, in fact, adopt these for the purpose of getting going.
Councillor Dutta, would you be happy just to...
I withdraw that. In the context of it, if it's going to become too complicated, I'll withdraw that. Thank you.
And we will review the terms of reference.
In 12 months.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Alderman Barakis, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko. It's carried, Lord Mayor, 10 votes to 1.
Okay, now we're moving on to the response to the petition of Franklin Street trees. There's a recommendation. Would someone like to move that?
So moved, Lord Mayor.
Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harvey. If there's no discussion on the recommendation from the arborists, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. We now move on to the waste...
Delegation.
Oh, delegation.
I'm happy to move that.
Moved by
Lord Mayor.
Alderman Barakis, seconded by Councillor Harvey. Any discussion? I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. 18 is the a very good news waste management strategy annual progress report. That is just to receive a note and maybe congratulate the staff for their hard work. Moved by Alderman Barakis, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. Any discussion on this one?
Just to just say that this is such a positive story with a lot of hard work by the staff, a lot of promotion by colleagues, particularly Councillor Harvey, in relation to some of the things that we've been doing as a council. But I think it's commendable and very exciting to see so many of these those milestones reached, or probably even surpassed in many aspects.
I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 19 is questions without notice. Does anyone have any questions?
I have two questions, Lord Mayor, through you to the CEO. Question one, what has been the total cost to the council or the ratepayers of Hobart for the cable car development application, the mediation process, and the tribunal hearing? That's question one.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, we will need to take that on notice. I think I'm just double checking that you don't have those figures in your head ready to go. No. Thank you.
Question number two, is there any likelihood of the scope of the cost to be recovered? If not, why not?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will also, I'm getting the nod from Neil, we'll take that on notice. Thank you.
Definitely not.
Any further questions? No, I'll then ask for a motion to move into the closed. Moved by Alderman Baraka, seconded by Councillor Harvey. All those in favour of moving into the closed portion of our meeting say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. We'll move now into the closed portion.